Hello everyone and welcome to tonight's stream. Can you hear me good, loud and clear? Let me know if the sound is good. Clear as mud. Alright, great. Good evening. Thank you. Alright, another stream, another week. Time is flying crazy fast, guys. It feels like it slowly just increases over time as well. Am I the only one feeling like that? Are you sleepy? Nah, not too sleepy. I was a little tired. Got some late dinner. Laying down, relaxing a little bit, and bam, almost fell asleep. And then my alarm clock went off. My stream was getting close. Gets worse as you get older. Yeah, that's what I'm suspecting actually. I have 9.5k points. What should I redeem? Yeah, I don't have too many cool stuff going on there. Maybe we'll get some more stuff later on. The older you get, the more time runs away from me. Yes, indeed. I noticed. Feels like teenager was a life period on its own, and now it's like just every year is flying. A year doesn't feel like, you know, in the past, like holy shit, you're gonna be able to do so much in that year. Now it feels like a few months, and bam, New Year's Eve again. Let's go, Ducky Daddles. Hi, Mr. School you. Mercy by Wilds, thank you very much for the subscription. And another one, Cake, thanks for the game. Thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, cover lockdowns also went quite fast actually. Quite crazy. Feels like it just happened, right? But yeah, it's quite a while ago now. What's the word? Who tripped over the server power cord? I think Sebastian updated you, so you know, we were panicking a little bit, thought what the hell happened now. We couldn't really figure it out instantly. And it turned out our hosts, there's an internal and external network that we use with our host, and there were some technical issues there, so we had to wait on some of their technicians, engineers to replace some parts on their own. They have there's a few things that happens that they inform us when things goes bad, hardware-wise or internet network-wise. This specific type didn't send me a newsletter or anything. We just had to go to their website and go to those specific area that showed they had some technical issues that affected quite a few users. So yeah, unfortunate. We were a little bit afraid because we couldn't figure out why is it not working. You know, everything was running as normal on our end. It turned out there were some issues on the host parts. But yeah, it's good. Every time something like that unforeseen happens, we try to learn from that and adapt on that to have a procedure and have proper steps in place to be able to be on top of things as fast as possible. All right, so let me see. So yeah, it's been a very interesting week as well in terms of last week. We got quite action in game, we noticed, which is really good specifically for us to again get relevant data. Zmazork, thank you for a subscription. As I heard, there have been alliances, temporary alliances between a large group of players. I saw some of the streams. Looked quite chaotic and very exciting and fun. And obviously we took the opportunity to look on some specific numbers. One unfortunate thing was that our queue system haven't been configured with the new latest numbers when it comes to that kind of stress. So Sebastian went on that as soon as possible. get that in place. And yeah, it's very good that we can get some of those steps already before when we expect that to happen also on a larger scale. For instance, with the TC patch is one of those big steps. What was Crank banned on Twitch? I have no clue. I don't really follow what's going on Twitch, rules, bans, etc. Obviously we can't see the ban reasons, right? So that will be up to Twitch and Crank himself, I guess. Why do you beat Sebastian? Sebastian, who is that? Who is Sebastian? We don't have any Sebastian. That's not what we do have a Sebastian. And yeah. Code of life. Yeah, thanks for all parties involved for those conflicts. Obviously interesting for both players, a lot of action, and like I said, we highly, try to make use of the opportunity to gather additional data. So that's always very useful for us. You never know when those large battles hits, and this was probably one of the largest ones so far. So that was really impressive to see. The network was handling it quite well. We hadn't turned up the queue mechanics that caused a little bit slow down login session, as I'm sure many of you noticed during that extreme situation. Also found a few other things that we know we can optimize a little bit further. And of course, we have the big natural client-side bottleneck eventually in those type of large-scale battles, which is the frames that your computer is struggling with, the frames pretty much. There are several steps that we plan to work on, both the background minimum cost, which is the terrain in the world, some of the cities and biomes that we are planning and working on optimizing. And we also have another step that we will we do want to take. We just need to find a schedule for everything, and that is the character cost. We know there's a few things we can optimize on the characters so they cost less, which obviously going to be a big thing when it comes to these large scale battles. So it's good that we've identified and working towards the plan to optimize further when it comes to frames. But there's always been the background network limitations that we have put on a very good level. We didn't get close to these large scale battles before without getting network issues such as warping around. You wouldn't see movements correctly, you wouldn't see fighting animations correctly, and that just 100% ruined the battle. So obviously that is the number one step, to make sure that the battles are prioritized. And we also saw that we have a system that kind of prioritize battles, so those will always work on the network side. And this is where our old numbers on the queue system kicked in too early. So that's why it was slowed down to log in during that chaos. So, but yeah, we work on those things and we improved them already, and we have updated them. So maybe we'll get another big hit before TC. That will be great to collect some data. We have one other very important update on the network that we haven't pushed live yet, which is specifically towards the large scale population in general on Mirland, that we are running on tests, and we will put it live eventually. And we have some good options there where we can toggle those options in a live scenario without patching, which is really awesome also. So we have some cool, juicy, important steps in preparation for also the network capacity overall. All right. So obviously we have our internal numbers when it comes to the Epic Games Mirland capacity, and we're getting closer and closer to have those numbers confirmed. We are still working on some part of that, as I mentioned. We have it in specific steps. Large scale battles have been the number one prior for quite a while, since we know there will be big battles, and along with TC there will be long big battles, and we need to make sure that the network can handle that correctly. And then of course, like I said, the other step is the Mirland overall capacity that we are pushing forward. So depending on those numbers, we will have a plan B also in prepared for the Epic Game release. Sorry about that. Just know that 2DH got Bardos to organize the huge battle of Friday Night Live. You mean this Friday? Is there another one, or did you meant the last one? Your performance on the 5 be improved. So it depends also heavily on your hardware, pretty much how it can handle those kind of things. And there's a few things that we allow to be optional things in settings for older generation and whatnot, especially when we go over to Unreal Engine 5. We don't want to kill old tech completely with the new fancy stuff such as lumens. So we're looking to have that optional depending on your hardware. But there's also always a line, obviously, you know, if there's mechanic in place that are meant to severely affect fights, PvP in design ways, such as very limited range, etc., due to the weather system, then obviously we can't allow some users to disable that fully and benefit from 100% visibility range, while the rest is, you know, nerfed down to 5% visibility range. Those are always a struggle, obviously, because of performance cost, translucency, fog, etc. may have a hit on especially older hardware. So that is obviously tricky for us, you know, to draw those lines. Lumens. It's called lumens. Did I say lumin? It's close enough. Lumen. I had 18 FPS with a 1660 Ti. So in those large-scale battles especially, your CPU is actually the #1 bottleneck. So your graphic cards will most likely not be fully pushed to the limits when your CPU is hitting the maximum thread load, which hinders your graphic card to do its work. Limel. The Limel. Sometimes I feel like U5 is just a myth. You're awesome, dude. Thank you very much, Mambajo. An update on breeding. No update on breeding at this point. Imagine not having a 4090. That is a little bit overkill for most users, I would say. It's a hell of an expensive card. I remember the good old days when a graphic card that was the beast on the market costed around $100 US, and that was a killer. Now you need to spend what, like $2,500. That is quite insane how expensive they are today. Henrik, that's not true. My GPU is at 100% while CPU at 10. Yeah, like I said, it depends so heavily on a combination of your GPU and CPU and where in the game and what you are, you know, what the game is handling on the screen. But like I said, #1 bottleneck we have, without a doubt, is the CPU in almost all cases. Obviously, if you have an extremely old GPU card, it may hit its cap, obviously, even though CPU is decently handling it. But even though you have a 4090, you will not be able to utilize additional frames at all times due to the CPU being a bottleneck. Can you do CPU giveaway? I'm afraid not, Yazai. Should turn off the old weather system. It wasn't replaced. Not sure what you mean by that. It is the real weather system we have live currently. Other mounts like wolves, there will eventually be more and more mounts. We have a system that allows any suitable animal to be mountable. It's just you know, quite a few steps when it comes to animation that needs to be in place and gone through every single creature along with some gear. So that is one of the cap currently. If you do cinematic 4K, maybe you'll get CPU bottleneck. That's true. That's true. If you increase the resolution and don't utilize something like DLSS, then yeah, it will be a bigger load strain on your GPU card. Not possible to optimize main thread to split on more cores. There's certain things that you can't simply remove from the main thread when it comes to the game. That is the big challenge and optimization. We always need to do our best when it comes to the CPU load on the main thread, pretty much. There's not that many options in terms of just splitting it up easily. It's deep within the core engine as well. Siege weapons will be introduced with TC. Yes, there will be a good set of siege weapons along with the first TC pack. So the baseline when it comes to the structures with the services that you to start out building your own city and live there and make it, run it successfully. And along with that, defense and offense weaponry that allows you to defend your city, but also obviously siege cities. And as you may have seen, the Acts did a little pre-siege using hammers already, which was one of those big fights that happened last week. But also, as we mentioned before, the defense value and hit points on those big buildings, it's not really practical to siege with hammers, as you noticed in that case as well. While the gates are the weak targets, and they had the numbers to actually break through. But like I said, there's gonna be quite a few mechanics and some tweaks on the numbers along with the siege weapons. What will happen to those who don't have a house inside a city? What do you mean? You don't have to have a house in a city. You can, just like it is live today, you can continue live on your house, have that as your base anywhere in the world. The city building functions simply gives more tools and services that allows you to construct a city a little bit similar to the NPC cities. You will have banks, guards, services, shops, stuff like that. Will MO2 support DLSS 3 with frame generation? Would maybe give much more FPS. We are looking to update the plugin for DLSS eventually. I don't have the exact time frame on that, but yeah, we're using an older generation version of the DLSS, which also suffers a little bit from the ghosting, as you may have noticed or know about. And it seems like they have done great progress in the later version, so we plan to do an update there eventually. Unit 5 Nanite exists in part to elevate the CPU to GPU bottlenecks on large scale many mesh renders. So we're going through all of that. We are doing tests, we are analyzing, we are reading up on everything. We are also talking to friend colleagues at major companies such as Massive and other game companies that also use this tech quite a bit. And so the tech is very new and it's just getting stable and modern, more as a commercial steady build. But there's still a lot of things happening at Epic Games when it comes to these techs within the engine. So it's still new. A lot of devs are learning and experimenting to see exactly, how to utilize it in best practices. So there's no really exact straight line. This is how you do it, and this is how you get all the juice out of it. Because also every game is different, right? Which means, and Mortal Line is quite specific when it comes to being a large-scale world, where we focus a lot on large-scale population, big battles, which not many other MMOs does, or any other games for that matter. So obviously we need to go through what is best practice for our type of game using Unreal Engine, and obviously we want to utilize the tech as much as possible when it comes to where we can benefit and save memory and performance. But like I said, Unreal 5 is also targeted for the next generation hardware, the new consoles, etc. The 40 generations card, which every gamer doesn't have yet today. And that means when they do rely on those heavier tech, it usually comes at a base cost, and having older tech, there's a greater hit performance-wise on those cards or hardware. So it's not that super simple as just upgrade and bam, we got 50% performance increase. We need to do a lot of work, specifically in different areas, to utilize the tech as best as possible. And like I said, we are looking into making a lot of these things optionals as well, to make sure that the old hardware users can still play similar to what they are doing today, and hopefully gain some performance due to the back end base performance optimization we're doing as well, if that makes sense. Olok, thank you for the subscription. Kizumeki golems in game when? Kizumeki golems. I can't say when. Will Beastmaster get buffed? Wolves and other pets last for 3 seconds by the time animation ends, buff ends. So we are still missing quite a lot of armors, as you know. So there's a lot of creatures, there's a lot of abilities. We are tweaking and doing a lot of work on that as well. But we're also working on gear, bags and armors are getting into the game. So we also need to consider that there should be a room for defense values as well on top of those creatures. So it's not just like one thing and then bam, everything is perfect. It is a progression as well when it comes to adding that kind of equipment gear for all of the different creatures. Will direwolves will have armors and bags? Yes, pretty much all creatures will have bags and armors over time. The map getting improved. A lot of new players seems to get mad and quit because of getting lost or having to wander around for an hour after getting lost. So we are doing some work, especially along with the Epic Games release, where we are adding more content, creatures spread out, more mounts spread out. And we're also adding the expanded task system, which is very important for new players. We have indeed tracked new players, how they progress from Haven to Midland, and where there is struggles for new players. And this is our solution to that, to make sure that the task system is there to kind of guide them, hold their hand a little bit until they are on their own feet. And that is important for player iteration. When can we expect Elementals in Showcase? Good question, good question. So, like I said before, I do plan to do a sneak peek on it. I just need to make sure that it's worthy enough to show in that state, so there's not too much placeholder or missing effects or too far away from being finalized effects, stuff like that. So it's, you know, what you see is kind of what you're gonna expect, so there's no big surprise or complete change in it. So we need a little bit more time for that to happen. But yeah, my goal is to have some time to prepare a little sneak peek, similar to how I did with Necromancy for Elementalism in any of my upcoming streams. With TC and city building, will we also get ability to grow crops? And if so, will the current weather system impact crops growth, quality, speed? So we do plan to have farming as a service feature for TC, yes, but not initially. There's a long list of very cool services, functions, and features that fits the TC. But as you can imagine, that infinite list is something that needs to go into the game over time. And farming is one of those that we had it in the first game, but we want to refine it again this time around and make it a little bit more interactive, where you have more manual control and making the farming much more interesting rather than just go to an NPC and that's it. So that's why we decided to wait till we have those kind of systems in place and we have the proper time to implement those functions. So eventually, yes, but not initially. I mean, there will most likely also be a lot of suggestions, feedback that this is something the players would like to see next in TC or for cities, and that is something we want to, look at. So we don't just add random feature from this long TC list. I mentioned this a little bit before. I think it's a good idea to tap into the community to see, okay, this thread is all about TC. What kind of options or services or features would you like to see next in a near batch of updates when it comes to TC? Similar how we're going to do within the magic schools and within the PvP mechanics, foot fighter melee mechanics, and so on in every single category over time pretty much. So we picked the right focus. It's bad in MO2. You mean the farming? Go to the NPC. I mean, it worked. It did its job, but then again, it was so many years ago that we were very limited in so many ways, so we did what we could. Today, we don't have as severe limitations, which obviously makes us, let us take the time to really follow the major design in terms of having that depth that we once dreamt of, but couldn't really do back in the days that we can today. Is there going to be Necro ritual table for permanent placement in houses? Yes, that is the goal, and we are working on that. I can't say exactly when in the step for it, but we are getting very necessary steps as well in general when it comes to housing and AI, which this also affects. So we are working on that area currently. The map is massive, so will you introduce a system that will make players cross path more often, like dynamic high reward zone on the map? Points of interest or where that happens? Yeah, so we have been working on a lot of points of interest, and we are saving a bunch for the Epic Game release as well. So there's a few new things that we kind of keep for the Epic Game release also to populate the world more excitingly, with both exploration, reward, points of interest, more creatures in general. Some areas that are underwhelmingly empty, or they're lacking wildlife, lack of some of the mounts. So we're trying to do a overall session as well to fine-tune Milan pretty much. What do you plan on handling the player count issue upon release? So, as I mentioned before, we have had a lot of work that happens in the background that we don't state in our patch notes. You've seen some of it, but there's a lot of things that doesn't make sense just to add in a patch note because it doesn't affect gameplay. But obviously we have a very big thing on our table which started from Steam release, and that is making sure that our queue system, our different server processes is optimized and handle overall capacity, the queue system, and also large battles. Those connect to each other's, and we have been working on that since Steam release heavily in the background, and we have made great progression so far. There's extremely big improvements in several of these areas that is a day and a night difference. Obviously, one of them that you've noticed are large-scale battles. We couldn't do like 1/3 of the capacity of the battles that we have currently without causing major network issues that simply, stopped any battle whatsoever from working. So that is obviously our number one thing, especially coming to sensitive content patches such as the TC. And we are still not done. As I mentioned, we have one big component that we're going to deploy soon on the network overall capacity. We have tweaked the queue system to work better with large-scale battle and the different stresses on the servers. And we are preparing to reach the kind of our final numbers that we are hopefully very happy with when it comes to general capacity on mainland. And depending on those final numbers, we need to also evaluate the situation if we get twice the amount or 3 times the amount on a day such as Epic Game release. We need to have a plan B ready for that also, so we can get that in place directly rather than too late when people want to play now, rather than having to wait for way too long when it comes to queue times or something like that. The act fight was like 15-20 FPS slideshow. So as I mentioned before, there's 2 things to consider here when it comes to when we're talking about performance on large-scale battles. The large-scale battle worked perfect on the network side, and that is the number one key. There's no other game to my knowledge in the world that can handle these types of large-scale battles with real-time traces and these type of graphical levels. So we are in the frontier, which is extremely exciting, and I'm very proud of the team that achieved that. That have taken 16 years to reach pretty much, and I've never seen it before. The other side is client performance, and this is exactly what you describe here. And it depends heavily on your hardware. So having an average hardware, then obviously you can expect a big hit on the FPS when there are such insane numbers on the screen, and with that long draw range. We also have the world's longest draw range when it comes to seeing a character on distance. So we are pushing things to the extreme that never seen before, and obviously that comes at a cost. And yes, we need to, and we have a lot of areas to optimize to make sure that the FPS gets overall better FPS, including in those big battles. That is one of the things that we're working on. Yeah, everyone obviously had quite poor FPS during those insane battles that we had last week. I doubt there's anyone. I mean, even with the latest, best hardware, I think Tatsuya is one of those guys that have the latest CPU, the 13900K. Is the most optimal CPU to run Mortal on, and I think he was also around 25-30 FPS, which is struggling, right? But still, it was, it looked quite smooth on him compared to the majority that has older generation CPU. So that is a big bottleneck, the CPU. Yeah. 12th generation frames were rough, no doubt. And it's kind of expected. If you compare it to the gaming industry, put those 300 characters on the screen with that insane. We had 400. We tapped out a bit over 400 in this latest battle, which is, probably the biggest one we have so far. If you put that many characters on the screen with that high fidelity visual that we have in our game, and add to that the functions in terms of real-time traces, body parts, magic, everything. Like I said, I have yet to see another MMO in that category that have solid frames when it comes to pushing those boundaries. I played a lot of MMOs when you have over 150 players on the screen, and it was a shit show on next generation hardware. And it just those big battles isn't common, but whenever they happen, frame's gonna get a big hit. It even happened in World of Warcraft, right? If you're feeling the screen, you're gonna see a big hit in general on the performance. So, but like I said, there's plenty of room for us where we know we can optimize certain steps, but there's it's a lot of different areas on the game, so we can't just click one button and bam, it's all done. It's gonna take a while until we've gone through all the areas, but I think we are pretty decent range currently, because like I said, the normal scenario isn't 400 battles, right? So as long as that doesn't happen, the frames isn't as hit as it was in that insane battle. 13,900k. Yeah. Yeah, obviously I saw a lot of big battles in New World and all the modern games as well, and they had less players and they have worse FPS than we have. So again, it's not that we are in a insanely bad situation performance-wise, but I want to clarify that yes, there are room for, and we do plan to improve it further. Yeah, obviously when you rely on frames and want to perform well and hit something in a Twitch-based real-time combat game like this, it's not really solid with 15-20 FPS, right? We wanna get a bit higher than that as a baseline. Like I said, it's so up to hardware, and we simply need more time to go through the different baseline costs and optimize them, and we will over time. Henrik, just wondering what will happening with roleplay mechanics. What do you plan on adding? RP community is huge and will bring a lot to the game. Yeah, for sure. So obviously you hear it in the game of the genre, right? This is a MMORPG. And yeah, we have had a lot of big RPG communities and players touching the game since stress test, going back and forth a little bit, checking it out. And the majority of them said, wow, this is a perfect RP game. We have the VoIP mechanics, and you immersed as a first-person player. You are really playing that character, and you can meet players from all the world, and that's a quite a rare thing to do. So it hits really high, ticking those boxes for a lot of RP players. Obviously, there's those that really want to avoid PvP, and we have a huge continent so far, and we are promoting all areas from RP to PvP in certain ways that we believe that there will be better areas addressed. That okay, if you're in this area, that there may be low protection zones, and there may not be a lot of risk reward for PvP interested players, so they may not hang that much, which will give more room for those that want to avoid PvP and enjoy their time in those areas. So yeah, that is also one of the threads we want to open up in the community. What kind of RP elements would the RP community see first? In what order? Just like we do with magic schools and melee combat and so on. So that's also one obviously very important feature and area of the game. And my wife wanted to know what your wife said after 6 hours of streaming last week. She was asleep, so she couldn't say much. But yeah, the morning after, she was quite surprised. I said, I'm just gonna do a short stream. We have, guests I think we had at the time, and I was quite tired, so I thought a 2-hour round would be nice. But yeah, it ended up longer than usual. But it was okay. She's understanding. And I want to congratulate you for your patience with all the rage and shit comments about the game. Borderline 2 is a gem. Congrats for all the concept and the work. Yeah, we have some problems, but the game is unique. Thank you very much, Lucas Spawner. And yeah, I mean, I don't think we wouldn't have been here, and I wouldn't been here for so many years if I don't see the huge potential in the game, and that there is something very exciting and unique to this project. And we're getting closer and closer to those very important milestones that can really kick it off and put it on the world map. And also heavily thanks to you guys. So yeah, for sure. Right now playing Foot Archer, Bowman and Archer exclusive is really bad. It is not very viable to play an Archer build. Is this something you plan to change? Will you improve the experience for people primarily using bow? Yeah, so it is also one of the tricky combat group, or how we call it, to balance, because obviously you use very long range, just allowing you to freely run around without any penalty on stamina usage and have high damage bursts. It's sensitive and tricky to fully balance, but yeah, we agree that there's quite a few players that join in that really want to play a ranger, ranged style focused character, just like, you know, typical the ranger style in many other MMORPGs. We understand where that desire is coming from, and yeah, it is quite difficult and hard to fully just be dependent on that as a play style, especially when you get close up against a melee fighter. You are very weak, and you know, have to either run or go to melee weapon yourself. So we have got that feedback quite a lot, and we understand it. Like I said, we're very careful. We can't just start buffing it in crazy damage and stuff, because it's very quickly changing the dynamics on a battlefield. And we always need to consider that, yeah, 1 versus 1, small group versus small group, and then we have large scale battles, and then we have sieges. Every single step is very different in terms of player skills and how all these performs together. Ranged has a very important, valuable part already in the game, but yeah, I agree that just focusing on that alone, solo especially, will be very tough. There are mechanics that we plan to implement into the game sometime after the Epic Game release that will directly affect this, such as the abilities moves. One thing we are looking into where you can possibly block and parry with your bow, obviously with a loss of duration, durability on the bow, and possibly even strike with it as a melee club at a cost also. And then we have specific attacks, shooting multiple arrows, a sped up buff. So I think along with those expansion coming into the special moves, every single group will have new types of depth and abilities and options. And obviously this is where the archery build could really start shine, I think. So there will happen quite a lot here. There will be more bows types, more arrow types when you can fetch them. You'll be able to put fire on the arrows. You will eventually be able to use poison as well. So there's no doubt it's gonna change. We just need to wait until we get to those components. Coke dealer. What is being done about the Wardeck loot bug abuse? I know one player has already been banned, but it seems that players aren't getting the memo that it is abuse. That's something we need to... I'm not 100% up to date when it comes to all the different situations and bugs in the game. This is also where our community manager helps to bring in the data, feedback, reports, and then we have regular meetings in the weeks with the staff and developers to address certain things, such as this one. So I can't say the exact status and what's going on right now, but I have heard about it before, so I know it's on the table. Will there be mounts added that can fly, for example Griffin that can be dominated? So we will not have general flying creatures in Mortal Online. It's not supposed to be a common thing when it comes to transporting or fighting. However, with that said, there will be special cases with flying creatures down the road when we reach certain milestones again with the AI. Obviously, we need to have fully functional support for flying creatures. And there are certain tiers again that we're pushing forward with when it comes to improving the AI in general. So yeah, the short answer is not really, and the more elaborated will be that when we get those rare creatures that have a certain impact. It's almost like rare incident that the whole community player base can interact with in different ways. On one side could possess the flying creature. Obviously he will be a quite big target, so use at own risk, but there's a possibility for sure that the players will be able to tap into that, but it won't be everyone flying around. Also obviously a big balance factor. You're gonna have cities with walls. Everything balance is based on how do you breach the walls, how do you reach the keep, how do you fight around that. And if everyone is flying over that, we are bypassing quite a lot, right? So that is a big reason also. But yeah, there will be siege weapons that are very effective against anything, including a flying creature. So there are some counters. All right, let me jump down a little bit. I'm falling a little bit behind here. Sorry, guys. If I missed anything. Any parry break coming? Yes, that is included with the special ability first pack we're looking at. Yeah, we'll absolutely look into expand RP mechanics such as sitting on chairs. We have table games coming eventually, more different types where we want to be able to sit down and play these games. And yeah, we want to continue push the emote list additional further and give you those hotbar creation where you can put any emotes on a hotbar icon as well, so you can effectively access those things. So over time, for sure. And like I said, we want to tap into which one out of these would you like to see first. We'll be getting mounts that roll. What do you mean roll? Or get flying creatures. There are some spawners that seems to be full bar in the world on some specific areas where there are open areas, and we plan to remove them, obviously. We just haven't got to them yet. What mechanics would dragons have once they're in game? I know it seems far away, but we already have the lore in the game. So there will be quite epic creatures, so-called titans in the game. Dragons are one of those rare creatures, and they are mostly very large, very specific creatures with their own unique AI and mechanics behind them. And that is one of the things. So we want to make sure that we reaching that tier, the full tier 3 AI, before those creatures get into the game. And in those cases, you can expect something very unique. I touched the topic a little bit before when it comes to when those are awakened or disturbed or whatever trigger there may be. There will be several types from the players. These creatures awakes and walks the world, and there will be different types of interaction here. There may be it's simply not interesting a lower being like us players on mainland, and it would just either ignore us, or if we annoy it, it may just wipe us off the surface. Very, very dangerous creatures. So again, there will be different mechanics then to how to interact with them and how you can do successful things. And of course, there will always be the option to do brute force, trying to kill something. But this type of interaction with those creatures will have great consequences and impacts to the world. And depending on what group wanna tap into those powers or treasures or rewards or risks, is what I call the three-way conflicts, which is a very exciting feature that we are planning to have in the game eventually. Again, a good example of it, if a ancient dragon or an old dragon gets awakened, there may be different exciting things for the players to obtain. Either its power and knowledge, and they want to protect it or put it to sleep to tap into its magical powers and use those. And as long as the creature is in that state and not killed or disturbed, you will continue to rule those powers as a group. Obviously, others may want to remove that power from you, and therefore they maybe want to killing this creature or disturb it from its current state. There will be those that just want to kill it and harvest its scales to do insanely powerful gears. And there will maybe those mages that have obtained knowledge to steal knowledge from these creatures in a certain state as well. So a very exciting player conflict where the player have the options. What you or even like I said before, you may even want to control it in a certain way where you can ride it and use it as your insane pet. So those are just some examples of some of the Titan conflicts that are gonna happen later on in the game. And it's very interesting, exciting, because again, it's up to the players when it comes to what outcome, what faith. It may also be, in one case, a mistake to kill these threats because it's actually keeping away another threat that is even worse for the player or the guild or the city nearby. So some very interesting components there that we played around with in design phase many years ago, but obviously never reached that point of being able to deliver something like that. Now we can deliver something like that. We just simply have to get there, get everything in place in a prioritized order, and it's going to be exciting, obviously, eventually when we get those features into the game. Yeah, I really want the dice system and guild logo emblem system as soon as we can. The problem is, again, our time pressure. We are still a small team and we can't get everything on one go. But I really would like to have soon, at least, the option for players to design your own guild logo, your colors, and wear that as a united force and put it on your keep, your walls, your city. That is a very cool thing and obviously very helpful when it comes to identifying your team from others, right? But I can't say yet where we put this. I'm working also, we are discussing a cooperation with another team actually to see if we can tap into some of these things sooner rather than later as well. So we will see. I'm working a lot of things to simply push Mortal 9 forward faster or more effectively the best way we can. Elementalism, Damon. Rob said patch wasn't even close. No, Rob doesn't say stuff like that. He's not a developer. Like I said, Elementalism School is not finished. That is correct. But like I said, we also have a lot of draft placeholders, not finished effects, and showcasing something that is, for instance, placeholder VFX. They're not finished yet. May give the reaction that players say, "Oh, it looks so bad." And we're like, yeah, no, we know it's not the final effect. And we have learned this in the past. When we show something, even though we explain that, look, ignore the VFX, for instance. Ignore that thing, for instance. People will see it and spread it, and people will say, it looks like shit. And, again, ignoring that statement. So we're careful when it comes to showcasing or releasing something like that when we know it's going to be misinterpreted or spread around as, finished and not looking good. So, yeah, I mean, it's not, extremely important, I would assume, to show it right now before we are happy with it, right? I think we can wait a little bit more and make sure that it's where we want it to be. I think it makes sense, right? Al Pacino, hey, yo. Any plans to make Thursars stronger? Right now, Ogmer is the tank, which makes no sense, Henrik. Aren't Thursars to be the tank? No, absolutely not. You're wrong. The Ogmers are absolutely supposed to be the tank. They are the Stone Rage, while Thursars are meant to be the offensive strong ones, which they absolutely are. So they are. All the clades are very good in balance now in terms of both design, lore, and the goals, and overall balance in use within the player base. They all have their own strength, pros and cons, that gives very interesting reasons to play them for various reasons. So no, the Thursa are not meant to be the tank. Absolutely not. The Ogmir is. The Thursas tap into the offensive options. It's the Gladiator King, the Gladiator Champion, and you know, have those type of traits rather than the defensive bonuses that the Ogmir has. So that is correct. It should be like that. Yes, we will have a wagon system eventually. So we added the Mulva Beast now also because we need something powerful and strong that can transport heavy goods along with TC, or you will be running an army back and forth a lot of the times with horses and not be effective at all. So the transportation will be with heavy animals, heavy bags, and yes, eventually wagons will be one of those options as well to be even more powerful. Robma said Ritual Deeds tables are not done. So again, Robma is not a developer. I will have a chat with him to make sure that, you know, we don't spread confusion. The ritual tables are done in terms of both the meshes, the design behind them, but we lacked the Namesh system in-house. So first we took the decision that we don't want to add more functions that add to bad gaming experience when it comes to missing AI pathing in houses. There was also one component that were missing along with that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but that's where we paused it until we built the pathing inside houses, and that's being built now actually. So we're getting those components. The remounts cooldown after blunt dismount be added in the next patch. I'm not sure exactly when it comes. We have it on the table. We know it's one of those quite big important balance factors that we want to have into the game as soon as we can, and absolutely at latest for TC, and I think that would be quite long overdue. I have a meeting with Sebastian when it comes to some of these things that I'm not entirely sure of all the parts if we have fully support for all of it, and this is obviously something that Sebastian knows. So depending on that, I'm guessing though, because that's why I put it on the table, that it will work with our current buff system quite efficiently without too much workload. So depending on that workload, we're gonna see if we're gonna put it in the next one or if we need to plan it for another one after. But we are fully aware of how desired that little important balance function is to the game. So obviously we try to prioritize it quite high. Stiffer consequences for murders. With the nation update with Epic Games, there will be a steeper step for those that are nice and obviously those that are nasty. Didn't have any dev time restrictions and you could add anything to the game, what would you add? I mean, that list is long, right? And just asking in this group in here, you will see a lot of cool things that we all want and need and will have eventually. So I'm not sure if I could pick just one thing like that. There's so many cool features. There are several features that are a little bit, if we were to do them today, it has a little bit less bang for the bang for the buck. You know, in terms of how many can utilize this function and enjoy it. So obviously we want to make sure that the core is full with very good features and content for a lot of player styles, right? Everything from RP, PvP, PvE, explorers, traders, crafters. And then slowly it will obviously give us time to tap into those very exciting things, but maybe not everyone will tap into, like the Jedi Force sensitive profession class that you will eventually be able to unlock on your character. And that means only a few in the world at the same time will be able to play as those. The cool part was that I experienced in Star Wars Galaxies why they worked so well, even though only a few people could enjoy them playing them. There are so many tap into the enjoyment due to either being their enemy, trying to hunt them down, or being allies with them and fight by their side. So they still brought a lot of value and cool moments to the game. But I don't think that feature, for instance, would go before, something more broader like the ship system that, a lot of people are gonna enjoy, and a whole new audience is tapping into the game when that patch hits. So yeah, it's tricky to pick one. There's so many, and that's the beauty of a game like this. It's a true sandbox, and it never ends. It's gonna keep growing as a game. So it's like thousands games eventually in one game over the years. Augment is OP. This is the classical OP discussion. Last week it was the Alvarines that was OP, or even 2 weeks ago. A few months ago it was the Thursars, and a few months ago it was the humans, and apparently this week it's the Augmiers. And that's perfect when that changes every week or month or so, because it tells us something, and the data shows it as well. Players are loving all the clades for different reasons, and they're very balanced and very spread use. If we saw 99% or 90% or even 80% or even 70% were only playing Augmiers, then yeah, data would say something different, but that's not the case. Augmir is one portion of the melee fighters. It's a good solid tank, that's for sure, and that's exactly what it's meant to be. But it's not the champion on the arena, for instance. It's not the champion of versatility. It's not the champion of speed. It's actually the opposite, right? It's the slowest clade of them all, and speed is king. So a lot of the players will say, hell no, the Alvarin is the king, not Augmir. But like I said, it's a never-ending debate, because it completely depends on who we ask and who is casting their votes, right? Up implement feature introduced in Unreal 5.1. We're already running on 5.1. We got it the first week it was released, pretty much. Amazing saying that stuff they're making up. Yeah, like I said, I take it with a grain of salt, right? Because, yeah, obvious reasons. I'm gonna jump down a little bit again here. I'm falling behind, and sorry for missing anything specific here. Bugs are item dependent, unlike the Thursar. How is Sprint 4 looking? It's looking good. It's looking good. It brings very important base value to the game. A lot of people gonna tap into that. So again, a very important sprint. I would say these 3 sprints we have now in front of us are game changing to the game and the future, obviously. Elementalism gives all mages from the world that are asking for projectile based magic and everything that mages have been asking for since they started playing the game. They're getting with that school, getting a few important mechanics along with that school that also taps into other schools. We're getting updates on the AI pathing and housing, important alchemy components that lets Footy Fighter get a lot more options and tactics that they are a little bit limited on today. They can just simply hide in some cases. And of course, the TC speak for itself. It's a huge patch. A lot of players, including a lot of old guilds. We have a few thousand players that are not playing today, that are just waiting on TC. When TC hits, that's when they're gonna start play. So that's a big important milestone as well. And then of course the biggest of them all, important milestone, is the Epic Game release, when we have met a certain milestone in terms of in general polish, the server capacity, the base experience greatly updated, the consequence law system updated with the nation system. So new player experience is optimized, and yeah, very important obviously for when new players arrive, that we know going to happen more with the Epic Game release. So 3 very important patches that we need to be very careful about delivering a good state. Can you give us additional information on the bar class you mentioned last month? I mean, we have a lot of magic schools on the horizon, right? We're getting the, what is it, the 4th school, Elementalism, next sprint. It is the biggest school so far. It's also expanded and even bigger than it was in the first game. So we are debating if we want to split it up in 2 natural chunks that make sense, so we can make sure that everything is as perfect as it can be, because it's so large, this school. And yeah, then we have a few schools that I think we are choosing from 4 of the upcoming magic schools that we want to present in the community, give them a description so people can read about them and understand what they're all about. And then we want to hear from the community which would be the next school if you could choose. And Bard may be one of those options. It's very specific. Again, every school have unique rules, and some are crazier than the other in terms of uniqueness. Obviously, the Bard taps into magical instruments, which no other school is doing. So Bard is pretty much the sound, music, magic linked school. So obviously tools like instruments will be a requirement to tap into that magic school. Short description of that. But yeah, a more elaborated description of those schools that we think is suitable as the next school again, and then we want to hear which one you would like to see as the next one. Age of Apathy. Just came back to the game and you finally added weight display to mount bags like I asked. Thank you so much. Sure. Yeah, a lot of quality of life went into the game for sure. We still have a decent list we want to cover over time, but I think we came a long way for sure. Bung for the bank. Extremely problematic wording indeed. Bung for the back. Yep, turn them around. Am I that far behind? Star has been better at delivering content than CGI. How is it possible without tens of millions of dollars? What do you mean at delivered content so far? Just so I follow what you mean, Riddler. I mean, obviously we are very limited when it comes to spending millions of marketing, right? Only the giants have that luxury. And therefore, obviously, we strongly believe in engaging with our players and care about it, because that's what it all matters. We want to make the best, unique sandbox game experience ever. And we love this type of game. I'm such a big fan of this genre. And I see nothing of it on the market. And I see that passion being shared with you guys. So obviously, we have to focus on what is most important for us. How can we let the game speak for itself, and how can we help making awareness and spread it and make, effective marketing pretty much. And those gets, obviously limited based on the resources and budgets you have. And yeah, as a small indie company compared to those giants out there that does these type of game, obviously it's a challenge, but we also strongly believe that since this is not the most mainstream casual WoW clone, it wouldn't make sense to market it the same way either, right? We try to pinpoint what's effective for this game, because again, if we reach out to players that hate first-person only game, they hate sandbox freedom, they hate full loot and full PvP, and they love our RPG level quest-based journey, obviously finding them, getting them into the game, many of those may not stay, right? Naturally. So, and that's why we can't just waste millions of money in getting all of those players like that. We really want to try to explain this is this type of game. It's not a WoW clone. This is what you can expect. And be prepared. You're gonna die, you're gonna lose, you're gonna have a big challenge. And that's part of this type of game. It's a sandbox, it's other players. It's almost like real life. It's a challenge. It's rough, you know. So yeah, that also makes us focus quite differently when it comes to how do we market this game, how do we describe it, and how do we try to make it awareness in how these play games, so they can expect that, okay, I wasn't shocked that it has full loot and full PvP, and therefore I am not pushed out instantly. Obviously, there will always be those that looks on a picture, looks cool, buying it and think it's like, you know, WoW or Black Desert or, you know, something like that, and maybe rushing out, even though they actually could have liked it if they got past the first hinders and the first challenges. And that's also what we're doing with the Epic Game Release. We need to make sure that those confused players that are very unsure, that stumble into the game, get handheld a little bit more, introduced in a good way, and then they can see the beauty of the game and hopefully stick and enjoy it. Take a shot every time Henrik mentions WoW. And every stream I get plastered. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, WoW is obviously a good threshold when it comes to when we're talking about certain things that WoW stands for, right? Because then everyone knows. That's the reason why that game is mentioned. And not only here, but all the game studios in the world says, how do we make a WoW killer? It's a standard theme in all the giants. Obviously, that's not our approach. My approach is more like, what I mean. What do I mean with these differences? And everyone now knows that giant game, so it's a good reason, right? Henrik playing too much WoW is gonna add Dragonfly. No. I only played WoW when it released for what, a month or so, and I couldn't push through. It was just such a huge difference. To me personally, what a MMO should be, day and night. Like I was like, is this even a MMO? When looking at, you know, a sandbox MMO. I mean, later on, those were the categories that was created, right? The first game ever was a pure sandbox game, so that's what I think still should be a great MMORPG. I see a theme park as something different. Doesn't have to be bad, but very different gaming experience. I have a hard time being able to enjoy those type of quest story-based, almost single-player journey, because that's how you do, right? You run through the quests to hit that top level before you can team up. If you don't play the same day every time on the same level, same region, etc. And sometimes we did, but then if you miss one day, bam, I'm 10 levels under. I couldn't play with my friends anymore. It's such an annoying thing because MMO is all about massively multiplayer online. I want to play with my friends, right? And I can't in WoW. I was so frustrated. I said, come on, man, I want to play with you. Come pick me up. Let's do something cool. They, no, Henrik, no. You have to do those quests. Run through them. I know it sucks, but run through them, Henrik. Then we can do something fun. And I'm okay. 2 days later, come on, man, I need some help. But it is shit, man, it's shit. And I have to give up. Sorry, WoW lovers. It's a great game, but yeah, I couldn't do it. It's like a task system. No, that's a quest. system, right? You are the hero, bring me one flower, and you are the chosen one, and you will save this city. And then the guy after you do the same thing, and the same thing, and the same thing. Task is more like, I'm working for this nation, just like in real life. I need to get a job. I want to do some work. What can I do for you? A little bit more like Evil Line, I guess, but yeah, almost. Exactly why I'm not hyped for Ashes. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? So, just like you, I get very excited when new MMOs that seems to be a good sandbox on the horizon gets appeared, but they wanna cater for the masses, right? And they know that the millions of players are easier to get if you go that route, right? But we don't need 10 millions of players. I'm okay with 1 million eventually over the horizon. I'm good with that. And there is over 1 million that could enjoy Mortal 9. They just don't know it yet, and we're not ready yet. We're not really there yet. You see what I mean? And I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about over the years. This is a marathon. We're here to put Mortal 9 on the world map and grow over many years to come. 1 million, 1 million confirmed. Oh boy, don't get us started here now. Come on. You can't misunderstand these parts. So also, you need to imagine, so for instance, 10,000 players doesn't mean, if we have 10,000 active players, that doesn't mean you will see 10,000 players online in the game now simultaneously. That's also a big disconnect that I hear a lot in the community. We need a quite small portion of active players to be, break even and continue growing and moving forward. A very rough calculation is about 1/10. So if we have like 10,000 active players, a very rough average would be around 1,000 online, very roughly. So it very quickly goes into a decent number of active players supporting the game, playing the game. And as you can understand, that we need even more to hit that simultaneously number to be a more steady high number. Does it make sense what I'm talking about? I've seen a lot of confusion and strange discussions around that specifically. So yeah, getting a growing player base, obviously, in the long run, that's what we're here for. Building that up, more and more features, more land, spreading the players across these multiple continents. That is the future vision, obviously, like I said. Are subscriptions still planned for the future, and will Thievery be coming before the Unreal 5 transition in the summer? Is that true at all? So the plan is to enable the subscription model along with Epic Game release. That's where we hit the milestone where we have everything in base. We should have proper capacity, stability, and those base features, long-term features, a lot of players want. That is our goal and milestone, yes. And obviously everyone that have bought the game also have a free month included in that. So an additional month before you actually have to have the active subscription to continue playing. And everything will be saved, so whenever you want to take a break from the game or whatever reason, step away, you can always get back and just enable it, and you will continue playing on your character, your account. Silash, yeah, like I said before, we improved it greatly. So like I said initially in the stream, every single patch so far, we also include huge optimization on the server. We rebuilt several parts on the network structure and heavily optimized certain parts. And you can see that in the large scale battles. That's where it mostly shows. We also had to update our queue system during this last big battle we had, because we hadn't configure the numbers to be based on a new network optimization. So that hit, the cap hit, the queue hit earlier than was needed. So we have changed that already, and hoping we can proceed moving up now. How does it safely work with TC? What happens to players, banks, and things upon destruction on town? So yeah, we learned in the Modern 1 that if we can't give a secure way of storing items in banks, they will never rely on those functions other than NPC city banks. And we don't want players to feel forced that, yeah, you have your city, but it's not a real city. You have to go to the NPC city to have the real banks. We don't like that. That's not promoting player freedom in building cities that can thrive just like a NPC city. We wanna promote player cities. If you run a player city and it's successful and have a lot of population trades, you will grow strength from that. Your city will grow from that, and you may have to work less if you run a successful city. And that obviously promotes you being nice for citizens going there, right? You want to promote them to go there and use your services, and you may utilize from that. So we need to make the explanation of why is bank items 100% safely stored in an NPC city. The reason is they're using a magical storage place. You can't just open their chest or their pocket and, oh, that's the stored item from those players, now I can steal it. They're actually magically stored in another dimension or another place where this works. And that is the function we want to offer to player-run bank cities as well. So you can actually construct a city with these specific NPC servers that access to this magical safe stored place in another place. So even though you blow it up, there's still this bank storage is still saved. So that is the direction we need to step at to fully promote player cities and banks, or it will not be used, just as it was in the first game. So for us to push that further, we need to have that approach. And yeah, there will be upkeeps, costs for everything when it comes to running a city. So like I said, this is why there's some interesting options to, if you promote it, protect your citizens, you have less strain, it may become a more successful city. Rather than if you want to be a murderous town, no one is contributing to the town, and you're running it yourself with your 5 guys, and you have a lot of services and structures, then obviously you need to work harder to sustain that. Makes sense. We're planning to bring other pets into the more useful state. The solution is to pinpoint those abilities in a state where they become interesting and tactical and optional in different situations. No hodo. We obviously identify why is Turbird a solid pet. When people use some specific pets in other cases, and we try to make those interesting abilities that can give situational options on the field, both in PvP but also PvE. There are some of them that are a little bit iffy now. Some numbers and buff durations is a little bit off. So obviously this is something we're following up on and polishing to make more use of those things that are not used. Shave Robmo's head if you reach 100k players. You mean active players or what? Yeah. I think he would have to do that one, call that one on himself. Red City sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, you know, you need to prepare for the consequences, right? You may be a target, you may be have to work a little bit additionally depending on how much services you are running, you know, if you're hiring services, that is. That's up to the players. Henrik shaves his beard if MO2 reaching 100k players. I couldn't, Lohodo, I couldn't. I have too few gray hairs to go there. I look like a child. I look very young when I'm clean shaved. So I'm not sure. I think we need to push for the 1 million for that to happen, so I have a little bit more time on me. Will Earthquake be fixed to this month right with Elemental patch? I'm not 100% sure, but it's on the table. We want that to dismount, yes. Obviously, we are focused on elementalism only now. Like I said, there's a few function that moves over to necromancy as well when we get that function from elementalism. But obviously, we need to prioritize to make sure that the first pack of elementalism, everything is working as intended, polished enough, and, you know, as balanced as possible. And then we can, you know, continue to make sure that we nail those certain parts. A little itchy today. How big is the player base? It's, you know, it varies a lot. Every week we have people going in and off, on and off. But I'm quite happy with what we have right now. And obviously it's been growing a little bit lately, the latest week, so it's moving in the right direction, even though we really haven't delivered elementalism or TC for that matter. We got a little sneak peek pre-siege, it seems, with the act fight, which was quite entertaining and very useful data-wise. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm quite happy with what we have currently, because also if we would go viral right now and got tons of new players, the only negative thing with that, even though it sounds crazy to say that, is that we may burn a little bit more than of those new players that we could have actually got hooked into the game when we have delivered those more new player experience polished session that we plan to do in Epic Game Release. That's why it's put there as well, to have that refined session to make sure that new players have a greater chance to become a player. So we're quite happy with being in a, you know, decent phase right now, where those that plays the game, they know all about the game by now, right? They know what's coming, they know what we're focusing on. We're not in a super critical hurry or stress to get those final milestone patches in the right position. And then when we see that's in place, that's also when we pick up everything in terms of marketing, influencers, and push hard to make awareness. And hopefully, you know, a big wave of new players showing up, and a lot more of them will enjoy and stay in the game, and you know, and again, help with spreading, making awareness. So that is the plan for the Epic Game Release. Yeah, exactly. We do obviously predict that along with TC, there's going to be a new stress, and I think that is very good in a way that maybe that will also give us additional pre-stress for the big Epic Game Release. Like I said, there's a few things that we haven't added to the network yet that we know is necessary, and we want them in place for the TC already, to make sure that Q doesn't kick in way too early, and overall capacity increased, and making sure that large-scale battles are prioritized just as they were in this last big fight. And that was a record. I think we were quite close to 450. That's the biggest so far. and the server supported it. The only thing obviously was you guys in the midst of this chaos got FPS hit quite severely, but that was expected. We already know that. That is not the critical part because everyone was suffering from low FPS. If no one could fight or behave or defend or act because of the network, then that's fully, you know, on us making anyone lose. That would be much worse, right? You have a planned release date for Elementalism? We don't have any public dates on any of these 3 upcoming huge patches, and that is because we want to make sure that we deliver them when we feel we are ready and don't disappoint or rearrange or change or postpone publicly. People are just going to be a little annoyed about that, so I don't think that's good to add currently. Will we ever be able to crouch or sneak? Yes, we plan to add a crouch function that helps reduce aggro and visibility range for AI, and obviously it may give you a decent opportunity to take cover and hide in bushes as well. I mean, you can crouch, you can do the squat and sit, right? But yeah, a little different, right? Be able to sneak slowly forward in a crouch state could be a little bit more optional as well. Meshuge, love the game. Thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. I'm happy you love the game so far, and it will be even greater in this upcoming month. It's very exciting. It's very exciting. You feel that little, like when you're a kid on Christmas again, you're getting closer to big important milestones, mixed with a little nervosity, of course. University. What the hell do I pronounce it? You know, being a little bit nervous because there's always this additional factor with these crazy online games that there can always be something that you didn't predict or something new happening in certain stages. That is a challenge with any online game, especially these when people can gather up in one location that you can't in most other games, online games. So it's a mixed feeling bag for sure, but we have high confidence and we have you guys with us, which is amazing. And you talk about any plans to smooth out 100+ players battle like we had at Moduli? That was tough to fight. I feel like people are super slippery in group combat in general. I'm concerned on a slowdown on this mount for mount mage. Any concerns on a slowdown and dismount for mount mage? Yeah, like I said before, we have several areas where we know we can optimize the baseline cost. So in general, we know where we can optimize your performance, and we also have one big component on the characters that we know will do a huge thing for the performance as well. It's not a quick thing; it's a quite big, large system that needs to be implemented. But whenever we do that, you will absolutely notice improvements when it comes to large-scale battles. And this is something we want to do as soon as we can, obviously. Lord Conjurer with the Prime. Thank you. Any plans to make new players able to catch up on one-year-old players? Lyrics. So this is an interesting question because in most of the cases for new players, it's quite obsolete. And what I mean with that is that so a lot of new players, solo or group, or like I have a few friends, for instance, that are MMO lovers, and they want to start playing Mortal 9 soon. They want to wait until we have TC. No, again, for instance, like many others, they're not really worried about. Yeah, they know that the game has been running for almost a year. And oh my god, are they falling behind, or are they missing out on something? And the simple question is, or answer is, no, they're not really missing out. Obviously, taking a keep today is not really possible because you can't siege them, right? But with TC, everyone may become a target of sieging, and any keep owner may change. That obviously up to the players, right? And either you know that this as a group of player, or you don't care about it. The majority of players also, believe it or not, may not be the extreme top PvP players that thinks we need to have practice just as long as everyone else. We need to have grabbed that key because I'm not sure why they need to grab it before sieging, but you know, holding it down is a good thing. But a lot of players are also starting to play as a group of friends, learn a game, and they're just having a blast playing with their real-life friends, running around, exploring the world, learning the different steps. So it's not that type of game like, oh, everyone is on level 60 characters, and you start on level 1. Now you have 2 weeks of grinding to get up to level 60 to be able to compete with anyone else on the battlefield. Most of you guys know a veteran can get a melee fighters in 2-3 days, right? And a new player will quite quickly learn also how to make a footy fighter, if you know, when it comes to just having something that you can compete with on the battlefield. So I wouldn't say that it's a problem at all, because the majority of the players finding it doesn't care. They're not bothered by, oh, okay, shit, I didn't know about this game. It looks awesome. How the hell haven't I heard about it? There haven't been any marketing. What the hell is going on? And they start playing the game and bring in 2 friends, and they have a blast. Not a single of these players have reached out and said, oh, there's a big problem. We're way too late in the game. That's simply obsolete. It's not that type of game. Does it make sense what I'm trying to get to here? So obviously it depends a lot on what the player's goals are. What are your goals? Do you want to be the one that are in the frontier, discovering and exploring everything and being the one that taps into all those, or you know, whatever that may be? And that's the cool part of our player base. We have everything in our player base. Everything from solo players to people that never leaves towns. They just want to trade and craft, to obviously heavily PvP oriented players, to RP. There's everything. So it obviously will be very dependent on what is his personal view and opinion and goals in this game. Depending on that, he may think, ah shit, I missed out on this and that since release. But it doesn't really matter, because every year there's going to be new steps. And every now and then I can bet that a lot of players in here that love the game may naturally take breaks. There may be things when they're moving, they can't play. It may be, you know, whatever reason it may be. A lot of people take breaks from these games for months, even years, and then come back. Same thing goes there. Holy shit, there's so much cool I want to explore, I need to catch up with and learn, and that's just a cool experience mostly for a lot of people. So, and gold isn't a thing in terms of, oh shit, I'm poor. No, there will be new different currencies every now and then. Prominent system with the TC, everyone start from scratch, and additional steps down the road. So every few months there will be, oh okay, a new thing, a new currency, a new step, a new system, a new feature. So it doesn't matter. You can start playing this game whenever. You can start playing this game in 2 years from now and have so much more to explore and enjoy with your friends or group or whatever. So, you know, people should see the game more like, I want to play in this world and I want to bring my friends, or I want to find a group that I really enjoy playing with. That should be more the approach, I think, that is more suitable. Let's get to the point. TC when? No dates, but as you know, it's the sprint after elementalism. So we're working hard on these 3 upcoming sprints spread out in the team. Yeah, so new bosses, new features, new creatures, new currencies, new schools, new weapon groups, new skills, new continents, new mounts, new ship systems, new prominence systems, new veteran system. Every few months, these parts are getting updated and added to the game. So you're never late to something. The longer we have developed this game, the better the game will be to enjoy for more players. That's the end goal, and naturally happens, just as it did in a smaller scale in Mortal 1. Now we see it in a much larger scale in Mortal 2. And patch more dominatable creatures. Eventually, we have more creatures coming into the game. Yes, some of them will be dominatable and tameable, and some will, you know, have only dominatable function tied to them. There's a decent list of creatures and dungeons over time as well, and obviously with upcoming continents there will be a huge batch of that. So over time, yes. This game only benefits red players. Just wait until Epic Game release happens and you have a nation system more expanded. Those red players will not tap into anything from this. So, like I said, it will be expanded on and refined for Epic Game release, along with the security zones from high security to no law security, which means anyone can murder without any consequences. But in guarded protected zones, patrolling parts, guards, and in nation controlled areas, that's when a red player or nation ban player will not really be able to interact in any way or form. And there will be more steps for those that can access high tier access and be greatly rewarded having high standings, for instance. My opinion, a noob will take 1,000 hours to be able to beat an older player, assuming they can assume playing with massive trinkets and full steel armors. I mean, yeah, obviously practicing fighting in this game is a big thing, right? Every day people are dueling and practicing. That's part of the core player skills to be a good foot fighter, right? Or whatever fighter. And that's something we promote. We want the game to rely quite heavily on player skills and player knowledge. That's something that should be very powerful in this game. So obviously a new player needs to start practicing if you want to be highly successful on the battlefield. And again, everything changes from dueling one-on-one to a group fight. A group fight dynamics and everything changes. Your adrenaline is rushing because everything is at stake. You don't want to let down your friends. You don't want to lose your gear and all of that. And obviously a new player in this situation may have a complete adrenaline rush and be all over the place and fumble. That's very, very typical, right? But that's also the beauty of this game. You don't just typically go into an MMO game today, like starting your journey in New World or World of Warcraft, and you within 5 to 10 minutes or even 2 hours in, when you get to learn things, you get an adrenaline rush because someone is threatening you, attacking you, or trying to steal your things. It's a unique and one-of-a-kind experience that is just perfect. It's what the game is all about, to have a unique player interaction where things matters. There are risk rewards. So yeah, obviously that is natural. A noob shouldn't be able to beat a veteran the first 2 days. Then there are a lack of player skills, I would say. So I'm very happy with that, Lyrics, that a noob needs to learn. They need to practice, and you as a veteran should have that cool factor over him. Like, you know, practice a lot. You'll get closer to my level eventually, maybe. One day you may beat me, and that's an exciting goal to him. One day he says, I'm gonna beat Lyrics. I'm gonna practice the hell out of me. I want to practice all the time. And that's a good thing. It's a cool thing. People love that. It's a human nature to progress, having a goal, having a victory. So I don't know. Do you mean that is a negative thing? For me, it's actually a very exciting thing. Get better, noob. Exactly, Krakow. You know what I'm talking about. And that's exactly what the game is all about. It should be like that. Player skills, knowledge, learn, have a goal, and then come back. 5 months later, maybe your apprentice is beating your Lyrics, and you say, congratulations, well done. Now you can fit in my squad. Let's go beat whatever guild and have a blast together. Bam! Perfect! It's what the game is all about, man! Come on! Come on! Am I right or am I right? Well said. Get good. Exactly. I mean, we need that depth, right? We need it. We need it. It's player skills and knowledge. It's supposed to be a big thing of this game, and that's one of the beauty of the game. I love it. I love it. I love that I'm not the best, even though I'm the oldest, but obviously I haven't played most now. But, you know, I shouldn't be the best because I'm not practicing enough, you know? So it's just as it should be. I'm happy with it. I guess he's right, lol. Come on, the man is right. Bring it on. I mean, I love that challenge, right? I was fighting, what was it? Pat wins in the combat beta. I was so frustrated, I couldn't beat him. Like, come on, man, what the hell? I need to practice more. But I was limited in my time. And, you know, usually the young generation with Twitch-based skills coming from those Twitch skills games, they're good. They feel instant quickly at home in a game like this as well. And obviously that should show, right? Then I think we have done something right if that is there. This game really needs more armors or some non-armor clothes. Yes, we have that on the way. It's coming. It's coming. Pat Wins got skills though. He was born with an axe in his hand. That is true. That is true. He's a very solid PvPer, and yeah, he got talents. He got skills, and he's been practicing his skills in combat beta. And I was practicing with him as well. We had a lot of fun practicing back in the days, and it was a tough challenge. And yeah, he was from America, and I'm from Europe, and I'm not bad. I'm not poor, but he beat me. He beat me. What other school of magic is there going to be added? Is demonology still a thing? If so, what can you tell me about its plan? Yes, it is one of those schools. I think we had around 13 or so magic schools in total. And we're adding the 4th, elementalism, next sprint. Demonology is supposed to be one of those a little bit more rare, specific schools that you don't just walk into a city and you will learn some of that knowledge, that you can do a little bit more for schools such as elementalism, partially. So we're just picking from the 5 top common schools, I would say, because again, we want content that a lot of people can enjoy and tap into, and then we're getting more and more into the specifics, schools and such. Get your point as well, but why making giant map if you know it's a niche game asking 1,000 hours to be a decent fighters? Well, there was 2 different questions in that one, right? So yeah, it is a niche game compared to World of Warcraft, but it's not as niche as it was in Modern 1 when we couldn't get any new players. It was only the one from the beginning of the journey that understood the game, enjoyed the game, and stuck with the game. Modern 2 is not in that category. We get new players every day, and new players actually, you know, see that, holy shit, this is an exciting game, I never heard about it, I'm really enjoying it, and I want to get deeper into it. So, and again, we're tapping into a new type of audience that there's a million out there that absolutely can enjoy Modern. Just look at Rust, Tarkov, Valheim, those type of game that they recognize a lot and they feel right at home playing this. It's just on steroid pretty much, because you know the large scale, one world, everyone can meet. It's much more exciting. You're not limited to 64 players or 100 players. We're talking about cross world, all nations. It's so much exciting to have those features and so many more features in this real true sandbox MMORPG. So obviously we need a larger world, right? Because already today we are slowly running out of land space. So that would be horrible if we had a much smaller map and then we get TC and only 5% can build a city and the rest is, what the hell is this? I waited all this time to get TC and I can't freaking build. That would be terrible lyrics. Come on, come on. So we need to look at the grand plan here, the vision. We're here to stay. Like I said, we're gonna reach hundreds of thousands of players over the years. That is the end goal, or we wouldn't have been here at all. We have seen the potential and the tracks of feedback when we went a little bit viral doing the stress test, when we actually got 150,000 players. And the majority, that was blowing us away. The majority of those players said, holy shit, this will change this genre. This will be exciting. When you get this right and done, this will be it. So obviously we can't aim here when we, obviously need to get here, right? And to support more players, we need more space because people want to build cities. When this spread and everything goes as planned, more, I mean, we're going to have a few thousands old guilds coming back with TC. Already there, the Milan may be full. So obviously we need more lands, because what happens if there's an additional 20,000 players that, holy shit, I like this game. I want to build a base with my players, but I can't because Milan is too small. Obviously we need to grow. So Milan is already getting outgrown. We need more space. We need another continents. We need more continents. Come on, man. Division. We can't look 1 meter ahead. We need to be realistic here. Set goals and work towards them. That's how you reach something. I wouldn't be here if I don't set goals. I would have given up 2 years into Modern 1 development when I hit the first struggles and challenges. But no, that just motivates me to push even harder and further. And that's why we're here today. Imagine 10k versus 10k battle. That would be so spread out over sizes of land that it would probably not happen. It's not practical, right? It's not practical to have 20k people that are up for a fight against each other. So I'm not sure if that would be practical. Even, in the future down the road when we have more space. We're looking into the GeForce thing. So eventually we will have an update on it. We'll be able to knock down doors of houses and castles during TC. That is the goal with TC in sieging, yes. You'll be able to construct siege machines to use as defensive machineries and offensive machineries. And yes, you will be able to destroy each other's assets using these mechanics. We still don't have any public dates on these 3 big important sprints. We want to make them right and make sure we deliver them as we want. So we're not until we know that, okay, now we're done, we're finished, we're happy with it. We're just making sure everything works as intended and we are very close. That's when we can give that kind of indication. Henrik, I went into Modern 1 last night to visit the portrait in Tinram. Ah, thank you. It's a masterpiece painting. It was cold and dark. Glad you made Modern 2 a little more inviting for these new players. Yeah. I think we've gone a long way. Yeah, no, it's not that realistic in a game yet, but still, it would be insane for sure. I mean, obviously down the road, several years, everything accelerate and expand very quickly every year. So eventually, sure. Any plans to add so you can climb trees to scout? So we have another continent where we also want to add a feature where you can actually climb things, but those will be specifically tagged. I think that is what we're looking at. So there will be a gameplay around it, but I'm not sure it's going to be that freely dynamic that you may imagine at first hand, that I can start climbing anything. It would also obviously tap into dangerous balance when it comes to bases. But there are some room for specific things here. I mean, we have an old concept picture that you maybe have seen where a Shiva is climbing a specific mountain to gather very specific herbs growing only on the mountain ridge with specific skills. That design is obviously based in mind with, you know, a future feature that we want to tap into eventually. But again, I don't have the time frame on that currently. What cultures are Monkur and Tuxai? I think Monkur is Mongolian or Chinese, and Tuxai is Indonesian or Japanese. This is obviously a very specific question, more for Mats, that is the head of lore, and when it comes to exactly this. But the Korites in general is inspired from the Mongolians. That is where they, you know, the heavy inspiration come from. So yeah, I would say it's a mix of the Mongolian, a little bit Chinese and Japanese fit in that category. But again, Mats will be more pinpointing more exactly when it comes to the specifics of the towns as well, I would say. But yeah, the Mongolian is the main background inspiration, I would say, where the Korites comes from. But yeah, they tap into a little bit in Chinese and Japanese as well, I would say. How do you expect to get hundreds of thousands of players when the max capacity for Milan is way under 5k? So Arcane Drama. So yeah, again, it seems to be a very tricky debate this when it comes to the numbers. So for instance, when I'm talking about our future goal is to have hundreds of thousands of players being somewhat active players in MO2 Online. That doesn't mean that we have 100,000 players online right now simultaneously. That's a very big difference. So again, if you take a rough estimate from 100,000 quite active players, that may resemble a tenth of that you have simultaneously on the server. So that would be 10,000 online. And yeah, 10,000 is a big number to have on Mirland, both in terms of the space of Mirland. I think 10,000 would be very crowded in terms of you will have too many players everywhere. Everything will be heavily camped. The player experience may go down due to all of this. And in general, a little bit worse performance also because all the load everywhere you go, you load in and out players constantly. So I think 10,000 is a little bit too much for a continent sized like Mirland. And we haven't really set 10,000 as the end goal for Milan as well, because we need a larger continent for that to be a good player experience for the general players, I would say. So when I'm talking about 100,000 down the line, when I'm saying that MO2 Online is a marathon, we are here to stay for many years. MO2 Online 1 was running for over 10 years. And MO2 Online 2 is already a much greater success, and new players appreciate it and embrace the game tenfolded that they ever did in the first game. So that shows the indication, and along with the stress test, that we have a much greater potential to become a big sandbox game on the market here compared to the first game. And also everything is, you know, improved 1,000 times. And now we're getting ready to take that first big milestone step with Epic Game release down the road. We're not there yet, right? So when I'm talking about 100,000 players, that is our end goal, obviously, one of our big upcoming goals when it comes to having that kind of active player base. But like I said, that doesn't mean 100,000 players online. If we just look at the Steam chart on other online games, if we want 100,000 players online, we would be needing like over a million active players to be able to hit those numbers. So obviously that will take most likely, you know, quite a while before we start getting into those very high exciting numbers. But like I said, players that are interested in this type of game, there are over 1 million players out there that for sure may and would enjoy MO2 Online heavily. also based on some other games they're playing. And what we're seeing from new players finding it for the first time, they're very pleasantly surprised embracing mode online, as long as they can accept the core premise and core rules, such as it's a full loot, it's first person, full PvP, those kind of main features needs to be there for a new player to be able to enjoy it, right? Even though there are a lot of casual players come from WoW are first very hesitant, I'm not sure about PvP, very hostile, very stressful, but quite a few of them have breached through that and actually enjoying it. So it's, things are changing. So, and like I said, we are working very hard and have been doing that since Steam. You don't know the numbers yet on Milan capacity, and not even we know the capacity because we haven't reached those stress numbers yet. What happened last battle was something completely different with the queue system that kind of annoyingly sabotaged our peak of the day. And the peak is not extremely accurate either on the Steam chart. You can add a few more there. So with that said, when we have gone a little bit closer to one of our final steps when it comes to server optimization, we're going to have a rough number that we know this is what we can handle now on Milan. And, are we happy with that or not, depending on that number. And on top of that, we are also putting a plan B in place. If it happens that, holy shit, we're getting 3 times more than we know that we can handle in a queue time that is acceptable for the player base, that's when we have a plan B in place for that as well with Epic Game release. So I hope that makes sense and clears a little bit of that confusion when someone is saying this many active players doesn't mean they're all online every day simultaneously. It doesn't work like that. We have all the time zones in the world. You can see it goes up and down every day. And that's one of the beauty as well. If this was a regional based server only, we would have almost no players during the very late night, early mornings, and then we will have the peak hitting every day. We have much more spread out because we have all time zones, and that's beautiful. So there's always some action in the game, even though we also have obviously a small peak and small downtime. But that slowly changes over time as well, depending on players coming back and joining in from both America, Europe and other regions. So I hope that clears a little bit of that. All right, let me jump down a little bit here. So we need to like I said, we're working heavily still in the background on capacity. We are simulating, doing tests, and trying to gather as accurate as possible. Now that we know more, we have better tools to moving forward in that area. And then when we have something clear and we are ready to communicate that, we will do so down the road. Will AMD FSR technology be supported? Yes, if Epic Games support it the same way as they do with DLSS. That is the requirement right now. We won't be able to build something specific to support it. It will take too much time for us. So it's dependent on the support that they do when it comes to a plugin. So hopefully they do the same support as they did with NVIDIA's DLSS. Then that will be much easier for us to add it sooner rather than later. Frame drops at 100 players. Just like in any game, frames drops the more players and creatures and effects you put on the screen. That's how this works, right? With that said, we have a few areas that we want to optimize it further, so you will handle it even better on all the specs as well. But like I said before, and like many people seem to agree on, we are quite happy with the base performance because we can support more players, larger battles, better graphics, real-time detailed combat traces and body parts than any other MMO game currently on the market, and we still have better frames in general than most of those modern games today. And we can't deny that, that's quite amazing for a small team like us. But with that said, there is room for improvement, yes. All right, I'm behind, guys. So sorry, I'm jumping down. There are many pros and many cons with regional servers, and one of the unique concepts that always have been Mortal Online is the unique concept of having a very custom built combat system, very custom built ping normalization and prediction system that no other game has, that completely changes how ping works normally and improve things greatly. And being able to have a not a dead server and full peak server that all other regional server based has. That is a unique, cool concept Mortal Online has. So we don't just want to abandon that, as you can understand, but there are some interesting options down the road when we're expanding into additional continents. But yeah, like I said, if we're getting 300,000 players on release day and we can't handle at all, then maybe we're forced to add tons of servers, regional based, and just support all those players as quickly as possible. But then again, then we're also changing the core view and how everything works. And then of course, after a few hype, there may be quite a few players leaving after that initial hype. And then, you know, we may have spread out players on multiple servers. How do we push them together? And there's always pros and cons. We need to be careful to do this as good as possible, as you can understand. No, we don't have any server capacity hit yet, Ken Kenobi. So what happened this last fight was that we had all the numbers in the queue system. We didn't expect to have that kind of peak and battle that tapped into that. So Sebastian have updated that already. And we should be able to surpass that now as soon as players are there to log in again. Just make it so you can hop servers. Yeah, but yeah, that obviously that is one of the things on our table, but everything when it comes to databases and servers, it's very complicated and takes time. And we have built something, you know, over the years, and changing some core structure and making them interact with each other in certain new ways is not easy, and it's also riskful. Obviously, we need to be extra careful when it comes to now having a persistent database, and when players are progressing, we can't just have something that, you know, have a risk of ruining stuff like that. So yeah, we are elaborating around those options, but we need to be very careful, obviously, and some of it may require quite a bit of time. The special ping normalization system works great. Why would it matter where the server hosted at? We placed the server where we have the most players near it. So it's in a quite natural position currently. There may be some small improvement if we move it a little bit, but obviously we put it in the average mid center. Here we work quite similar how we did in Mortal 1, with a few changes in terms of risk reward. You need proper tools this time to be able to be a effective thief. You can't just run around naked, steal things and place rings in your, you know, magical pockets, stuff like that. And there will be other types of consequences. Are there different kinds of arrows? Plan, poison, arrow, fire arrows? Yes, fire arrows comes with TC, and poisoning arrow options comes along with assassination skills down the road. You want to approximate the mechanics between characters in the game. What do you mean? What kind of mechanics? Once world server should be the goal. The technology just isn't there. It's fine if the game remains niche. But you need to open the potential growth. Yeah, I mean, so this didn't work in Modern 1. Then yeah, it was a day-night difference with the latency. We removed that latency baseline that was actually around 800 to 900 ms, and then added the distance on top of that, and we didn't have a proper ping normalization system in that game. So when we measure this with all kind of latencies from Australia to America to Europe, we pinpointed the numbers that allows it to work actually. But yeah, there is the main part that affects additional latency over a certain range, over like 200, 150 plus. That's when the parry is a little bit different in terms of the parry gap due to that. And that is the main difference that you will notice and experience when you play around and parry with a lot of people. But it does work extremely surprisingly well, and it's very exciting to see that it works. Just all our players from the first game that knew, shit, I can't ever compete in melee because I have 200 ms. They say, holy shit, Henrik, you did it. I can freaking melee and enjoy the game. Wow. But there will always be those that think that, you know, like playing Counter-Strike, I refuse to play if I'm not around 5 ms because then I can, you know, I need to be able to blame, you know, it peaked into 15 ms, that's crap, that's why I died, you know. It's something very completely different in Mortal Online. And like I said, some of the best PvP players are from America. They are beating the crap out of the most European. And then, yeah, we have a small group of European that are savages, that are, you know, one of the best also. But the majority best, I think, is actually from America currently. They have a pretty steady player base that are good PvPers, and very actively so. So we are very close, you know, to have it, you know, so good. But yeah, there are also the whole thing that a Twitch-based real-time combat traces that is so close to a game like Mordhau and Chivalry, but in a large-scale MMO, even though it is regional based, you will still have the same experience in terms of it will never connect the same accuracy, distance, and per pixel as it does on a local based multiplayer game, because it's a completely different thing. You can't compare it. So it will never be perfect comparing to Age of Chivalry, for instance, or Mordhau, those games, because it's simply impossible. The internet needs to, you know, be different for that to function and be replicated the same way in real time as it does on multiplayer games. So yeah, you will be able to notice the parry difference gap. That is why we have a timer. We have a timer where I need to refresh it, and that timer is there for that reason. So it's still possible, even though you have a smaller gap, it's still possible. So it is excitingly close and one of a kind due to all this, and 16 years of hard work trying to pinpoint this madness, which kind of work if you adapt and embrace, you know, internet flukes, spikes. Things can happen around this every now and then also that ties into this experience, sadly, but it's just how it is with any online game. So yeah, that's why we don't just simply abandon something we worked so hard for, worked so amazingly good, and so many players worldwide can enjoy it finally, which they never could in the first game. You see what I mean, right? It doesn't feel great to abandon that whole concept and core that we made work. We made it work, but it will never be perfect because it's an online game with thousands of players. That's one of the struggle. All right, let me jump down a little bit more here. So you can't compare a high ping with a 10 ms ping because no one has 10 ms ping. The ping normalization put them to around 150 ms. So it's when you are too far away from the average ping normalization when parry window changes. So it doesn't matter if you have 1 ms or up to the ping normalization, because everyone, including the server, waits to that ping to happen and then sends the package. So it's very misleading to say, oh, he has 10 ms and I have this high. You should compare your with the 150. That's the difference you're getting. Just trying to explain low how though. But yeah, hopefully we'll get Starlink to synchronize the world latency better. We're getting closer to that beta. Things will improve for sure. Latency will eventually be a thing of the past, which will remove this whole struggle and challenge. It's a little bit early to talk about assassination skills. It's somewhere after Epic Game release, and depending on prioritized order and voted polls, I would say, from the community. We'll pick a few things, make them solid, deliver them, and then move forward from there. We don't want to add too many features in one focus batch. It's better to have as many as possible in a team working together on something to make it as good as possible rather than spread them out too thin. But yeah, assassination is obviously some skills involved with effective assassination, when you will be able to do assassination work for the different nations, but also against players. And yeah, it also taps into traps and poisoning. So yeah, it's a cool profession for sure to dig into. And it can also obviously be very utilized in sieges and wars when you can place traps and stuff like that. So it's a very cool, there's quite a few cool mechanic. So only 5 update going to be 5.1, or is it that update plan sometime later? We're already on 5.1. And we hope that 5.2 will release quite soon and hopefully have some improvement in some of the beta system that they currently have, that we would hope that actually wasn't beta, but it is. So that kind of makes some parts of our improvement a challenge, because we can't rely on them yet. They're in a beta pretty much and not commercially finished. But a lot of things are happening from Epic Games, and 5.2 will hopefully improve some of those areas that we will benefit from. Thumberry, yeah, so like I said, there are also flukes. In a perfect world, everyone have a perfect constant connection to the server. There's a lot of route jumps from players to the servers, and that's how it is worldwide, right? And every now and then there can be a small fluke that makes your ping spike a little bit, or almost like a pack loss. And that is not optimal in a server like this, when the system is based on your latency, distance, and having an update in a specific time. And if you get a fluke, or your routing issue in the world have a problem, so it takes a different route to the server, and then bam, you drop the pack or speak the latency packages in or out in a unnatural wave higher than expected, then yes, it can skip the animation in total, because it tries to get back on track to go to that state where you're supposed to be, and not having you completely delayed and see everything a few seconds after. So it goes quickly to that state to make sure you are up to date and synchronized on the server at all times. And that can result in exactly that. But that is again, uncontrollable by anyone because it's internet and how it routes over the world. And sometimes there's flukes. Everyone experiences flukes every now and then, even though you may not notice it sometime. Worst case scenario, you notice it by getting a whack or not getting proper animation in time for it, because it all would happen and synchronize. That is obviously the worst case when you're in a mid-fight, right? Many of us have experienced that one time or another, or GM's on break. No, we always have a GM online, so they should respond. If not, you can always tap into Discord. Hey Shad, I just got the game. Any good website with updated information and help with character creation? Janky36, welcome to the game. Yeah, there's a lot of things to learn and read up on. There's a good website. What is it, guys? Map Online, Mortal 9 2 map and character creation. There's some good information, and you can play around building your characters on the website just to see what you can afford and how you may want to have it. So that is some suggestions. Starlink, I thought it was called Skynet. Yeah, Skynet, eh? Ping optimization is good. Why does software like exit lag used so much and helps reduce lag latency in crowded areas? So what exit lag does is actually optimizing the routing to the server. So it's actually doing what I talked about now, that naturally, internet tries to find the best routing path to servers to access them quickly. But there's nothing that tracks this and optimize it, and this is where exit lag comes into play. They do that and reduces certain jumps routing to the servers, which can, in many cases, optimize it noticeable for many players. So it's quite working. So yeah, I think there's a free demo. You can always try it and see if you notice a difference, if it's worth it. So yeah, for sure. Holy shit, people are already starting the MO giveaway. I guess we started then, guys. It's the herd mentality. One start writing it and people follow. All right, let's start the giveaway. It's true, it's getting late. I almost forgot. So explanation mark MO2 if you logged in, and you have a shot for the game copy. They're getting the butts going, eh? Actually, like dropped me from 140-ish to 110, 120. Yeah, that's decent. That's decent. I'm not sure though how much you can notice the difference. There's a degree, right? When you start, okay, now I start noticing it, right? I'm not sure if this is within that range, because 140 F ping is not too bad. You are within the ping normalization, which means everyone else gets reduced, But those that are around 300, those are more in a critical zone. I've seen a few of those users that greatly benefit from exit lag, that goes from a worse state to experience, especially pairing things within closer to ping normalization, that makes it, more possible to act in time. I think Tatsua is one of them from Australia. That's one of the worst case location to the servers. And he's extremely good PvPer. He beats absolutely the majority, I think. And I think he uses exit lag, and he does nothing but fighting, and he's very good at it. So yeah. Exit lag got me to like 260 ping. Yeah, if you are on that high range and it reduces you quite a bit, then it could be a absolutely noticeable difference. So it's worth testing if it's, for free, to see what you think about it. What about Asus Turbolan, the free software that came with my router that does the same thing? I'm not sure exactly. I read a little bit about it quite a time ago, but I don't know actually if they do something similar and if it works. You know, maybe, I don't know. I know too little about that. But yeah, Exit Lag obviously have full focus on trying to optimize that heavily and being working on that hard. Also, is quite a large company, so they maybe could do the same thing if there's a value for them doing that. But I don't know. Exit Lag does help me. I'm West Coast, but we should not have to pay for this because it's necessary to be competitive. Love you, Henrik. Yeah, of course. I did reach out to Exit Lag because I was hoping that maybe we could have a cooperation together, collaboration somehow where we make it happen for everyone. But I didn't get a good response. I think I got a response from someone, but then I don't know. I asked them pretty much, you know, what can we do, and I didn't really got a response, and I haven't really tried since I've been busy. But yeah, maybe a new try can be done soon, and hopefully I can talk to someone that can actually act on it, perhaps. Because yeah, it would benefit everyone, I think, if we could have it included somehow. Can you strike these with Exit Lag and GFN and combine their service with a sub? Like I said, I reached out actually. I reached out to see if there's anything we could do. But yeah, I stopped getting response, and that's where it kind of sit at right now. Tatsuya just spam attacks and spins. He does very little to try and parry. I've seen him fight a dozen times, but he do rely on parry 100%, and most players do, because that's one of the key components to steer things up, right? But yeah, he have mastered the spin and disguise feint ability, which most PvP duelers or solo fighters does, because it's one of the powerful tactics when you don't have many other tools to use, and that's gonna change with the special ability moves. Add a ping check command or option. What we could do is have a ping check that communicates how you suffer from our ping normalization, how far you are away. And that gives you a better understanding of, okay, you're not optimal, or you're closer to optimal, or you are optimal, you are within the range. Because if we just show the ping latency, everyone is gonna say, holy shit, I can't play Counter-Strike with 100 ms. This is horrible. I need to stop play. And that is just misleading. That is confusing each other's and fooling each other's. So yeah, for us, it would actually make sense to make a ping check that gives you information that is useful for you. You're too far away from the ping normalization, you suffer a little bit, or you are in the sweet spot, or you're close enough. And if you're close enough, and then enable Exit Lag, and it says, now you're on a sweet spot, that's perfect, right? That's the data that are useful for you. And then you also, you know, you get the most bang for the buck if you want to utilize something like Exit Lag. So yeah, that would be optimal. The question is, you know, again, we need to design that part and schedule that bit of code to have that functioning. But for sure, that will be something that is useful. I can see that. They probably looked at the game and said no. No, we discussed something very specific, and we kind of dropped the ball. We didn't really reach that point yet, other than that they say, yeah, they were for sure wanting to see if we can make something happen, because of course they want to sell subscription, right? Makes sense. So they were very happy to hear me reach out, but yeah, we dropped the ball. I guess we both been very busy with a lot of things, but it's something that I should be following up on soon and see if we can make it happen, or with someone on it at least. Haven free to play, what is the trigger for this? So sometime after Epic Game release, we plan to take the step to make Haven free to play. When everything is under control, we know this is set. Now we have the, you know, fully design in place. We will most likely make Haven free to play. When? I don't know at this point. Why not leverage the server hosters that Lineage 2 private servers are? I'm not sure what host they are using. We have tried and went through a lot of host providers in the world, and there's some good ones out there, but it came down to the one we have seems most fitting and suitable for us. That's how it turned out over the years, pretty much. Haven free-to-play special ability moves. Yeah, all of those will be sometime after Epic Game release. And a veteran system also, sometime after release, yes. The game so far, but any news on what the spectrum changes might be and what planned special efforts for the election death? No, I can't really say an update other than last streams. We know we want to do a session on some of the old schools to see, you know, there's some stuff we want to update for sure. And like I mentioned before, we do want a small bonus to those unique spell books for some of the specific schools. The only thing I want to be careful about is they shouldn't be competitive PvP based. So you have to grind for this extremely rare book for you to compete as a mage of that school or whatever that may be. But something interesting, useful, should work, I think. That's all I can say for now. Henrik, I love this game. Please don't ever change the core of it. The new weather system looks amazing. Fantastic job to the whole team. Thank you very much, the Holy Fool. In World War II Online, they had a ping display and it showed the number, but it also showed a color green, you're good, yellow. Yeah, I know what I mean. And that's what we thought to make a color code. We could do that, like, you know, we know the exact numbers when it comes to prediction and ping normalization. We could make a color code, but we could also just say, like I said, instead of showing the numbers, because the numbers are very misleading for the majority of the players that have no clue, that you can't really compare them straight over like in other MMOs or other games like Mortal or Counter-Strike, which they completely compare them with. So we would have to say something like, you know, optimal or non-optimal, or what kind of distance you are from the optimal ping normalization. And that will show you a better, clear indication of, okay, I'm so far off that makes sense why some of it gets very fluky, you know. Or you're optimal. This is what everyone else with optimal is experiencing. You are not getting any worse than them, and that is a common factor. Many think that, holy shit, he hit from distance. I must have poor ping, and yeah, holy shit, I have 120 ping. That's why. And that MF got 20 ping from Europe. That's why he can avoid those distance hits, and that's false. That's not true, and I think most of you guys know it by now. You know, there's always the case of getting hits from distance. It's not like in Modern 1 when you got hit from 20 meters, but you can get hit from a little distance where when you see, I shouldn't have been hit here, but I did. And that happens on a frequent basis. And that is, again, the nature of a large-scale MMO with real-time combat tracing system. It can't really have the same accuracy as Mortal. And when people think, shit, that is because I'm in America with 120 ping, that's false. You would have it still with 5 ping in Europe. It's just that you don't know. And that's what you think when you're from America. You think you're playing a very different experience, but that's not really true. You notice it most when you're further away from the ping normalization baseline and when you parry. That's where it gets noticed, you know, more clearly. So yeah, we should translate it that if you do this ping, you will see how far you are from the sweet spot, or if you are within the sweet spot. And as soon as you are in the sweet spot, it doesn't matter if you have 1 ping or that exact sweet spot ping. That's the big thing that most people are a little bit confused about. So yeah, I think that's a good point that you made. We should have some kind of ping indication that shows this at least, so people can understand, okay, it makes sense why I get the flukes. Okay, I'm the same as the rest, and this is how I need to adapt to the game. I can get hit from distance, therefore I always adapt to, you know, parry, even though it looks like he's gonna miss me. And then eventually you can, you know, get a feel for when it actually do miss you. Hope it makes sense, guys. Nice, free play Haven will be big. Yeah, that's obviously a very powerful marketing tool for us to make awareness. A lot of thousands of players out there that they want to commit to the game. They are unsure. They have seen a lot of bad reviews from launch when they couldn't even play the game, so they're hesitant. That's fully understandable, right? So a good way to be able to change their mind. Play the game. Let the game speak for itself. Get a taste. And hopefully they can become players. Right, I'm gonna jump down a little bit more, guys, so sorry for missing anything here. And we're gonna roll the giveaway shortly. If you just tune in, exclamation mark MO2, and we will see. Notice high ping disadvantages takes effect in crowd mainly, otherwise it's small difference. We're looking into that as well to see if we can optimize the large scale package. Obviously that is another strain, right? So there's multiple things happening here. If you're playing around with 10 to 15 FPS, things are not optimal in any way, because there's a lot of things that your client needs to update and communicate with. And if that's also delayed because your frames, so, I mean, that's how it works, right? How many cycles it managed to do. If your frames is low, that process is slowed down, right? And that also interact with everything, traces, physics, different calculations. And yes, that will also add to that. So it's never optimal, obviously, to play around with 15 FPS, because that's when things can go even more wrong, only based on low FPS. So that's why we want to optimize the game further, have the baseline better, and support large-scale characters on the screen even better. So everyone have a better chance to not having ping normalization, package handling that also adds to latency issues. So everything connects a little bit here. So, so yes, we need to improve the FPS a little bit to make sure that doesn't affect additionally in those cases even more, right? I think the game needs to detect low ping players and put 100 ms delay on the parry, and that's exactly what's happening in Mercy by Wilds. So there's a gap in the ping normalization that synchronize more than 100 ms to make sure that even with 1 ms, you can't utilize that faster than the server responds and update and synchronize. So that's actually already happening. And that's what I'm saying. There's a big misunderstanding that, holy shit, it hit me from 2 meters, and that's because I'm in America with 120 ms. No, the guy next to the server with 2 ms will have the same case as a baseline. I'm not talking about flukes or additional situation here. I'm just trying to explain that that's how our large-scale network solution works pretty much, with that detail of level we have and with thousands of players in the same world. It's not the same kind of network protocol that you would expect in a multiplayer game like Mortal, Chivalry, you know, games like that. So that's why I think you made a good point, guys. Having that indication that tells you are within that range that European are, that are, you know, next to the server or whatever, that baseline plays the same. The only difference I said that the most noticeable is the parry parts. That number of gap, the moments to perform one is less room for higher pingers. What's your suggestion on death hand range 300 to ensure the hit run to the one hand hammer range? What? We got a few, just a few feedback that the death hand is hard to perform, especially running around. And we can understand that. We just said that you want to be careful. It's a very powerful spell and it's supposed to be within almost touch range with a little extra bonus. So that's why we're just being careful not increasing it too much. But maybe there's room to notch it up a little bit to make it a little bit less forgiving when running around. Yeah, that may be suitable. We will get an in-game guild list with an apply system. That is planned for the Epic Game release. So a notice board for any town and haven where a new player can see listed guilds, interact with them, contact with them. You will be able to recruit and they will be able to find. That is a very powerful tool, both for obviously old players that want to recruit and new players that can find a way in. Because that is a very common question from new players. They show up every here and there, and not the majority don't go into forums or Discord. They actually are in game and want to play like that only. And they often ask, and one of the only way they can ask then is in the help chat, right? Where do I find a guild or where can I apply? And people respond, go to the forums, and they do. So yes, that is a very powerful, important tool to help new players and old players to interact and get going, you know. Right, I'm jumping down a little bit more here just to see where we're standing. We got one of these QLED monitors and it goes on and off in strength all the time. Does anyone also have a monitor like that? Needs to do this pixel cleaning thing. A little annoying, I have to say. We don't have any date on elementalism yet. When we feel that now we're finished, we are in the final polishing state, just making sure everything works. That's when we may be able to do an indication where we plan to hit the patch, but not yet. People complaining about the game has no idea the challenge making a game like this is actually achieving. They're comparing this game to New World, and that game you can't play with people around the world because of server ping. I mean, it's fully understandable why people make their concerns or complain. It's obviously we all want the same thing, and even me when I'm playing, I mean, I also experience it, but I understand why and I adapt to it quickly. And obviously a new player that experienced that for the first time, it's not optimal, right? We fully understand that. It's one of the first experience when, holy shit, the walker seems to hit me, you know, again, on 2 meters distance or stuff like that. That's not optimal. And we've actually been discussing how we may be able to improve some AI behavior to synchronize that distance better. So a new player don't get that as their one of the first experience that they simply have to adapt to, you know. But the reason is we have a much more advanced combat system than any other MMO. No other MMO have the approach that we have, trying to do something player skill based, real time, aim, traces on different body parts. It's simply too crazy to do. Like you said, it's quite crazy. We achieved it so well that people say, just do it like Mordau, do it like this instead. You're so close. Just change this. And we're like, but yeah, it's pretty much the same system. They copied us since like 16 years ago or 20 years ago. But the difference is network, how network works. And this is we can't forget about the big thing. This is an MMORPG with thousands of players and hundreds of players on the battlefield that you can fight with this high detail of level. And it's not just a fighting game, right? It's so much more. It's a sandbox MMORPG where you can build cities, you know, use pets, explore, and there's so many features in the game, and there will be so many more as well over time. So it's easy to get lost thinking, oh shit, yeah, I played Mordor and it works so well there. Why can't you do it like that? But yeah, those are the reasons. It's comparing apples with oranges, so it's not really fair and possible at all. And yeah, I mean the tech is not really there to 100% support it, so it just works perfectly in all cases. But I still think it's so close enough, and it gives such a unique, exciting game experience that no other game does, that it's worth those small quirks, and that we can adapt to that instead. Just like the majority of us have done. We know AI or a player can hit you on distance, and therefore we always parry, and we prepare for that and embrace that, and it works, right? But yeah, if you're new, you need to get that experience, and it's not optimal, obviously. You know, they may think, is it because I'm playing from France, I'm not in the same country, or is it because I'm playing in America? No, it's not. It's you know how this works and what's unique with it. Obviously, the question for it is always, is it worth, you know, this unique system that is one of a kind that people seem to be very excited about? We need to kind of, there's this small cost with this is, like I said, it will never be as accurate, not now at least, until internet and technology gets even better worldwide. That will happen eventually, but it's like we are in the frontier and very early on this. But I still think it's worth it, and I think what captivates a lot of players is that, holy shit, I rule in Mordor, and I can, you know, already get into and be pretty good in Mortal Online because it's quite close. And I have to adapt and embrace what's unique for Mortal Online and the network and so on. So it's understandable. So obviously we try to improve this as much as possible. And the Maiden duels makes it a little quirky, right? We have to disguise and spin, and that becomes the Maiden, and there's no other options. But those, I think that will possibly change with special moves and abilities, where you can actually use other tactics and don't have to rely that much on spins and such. And we also all know that you don't spin, you don't rely on that tactic in a large-scale battle or a decent-sized battle. Then it all becomes teamwork and, you know, not overreaching and doing your, you know, your mission correctly. And that works beautiful. It's so fun and exciting. And we have seen that in the game, you know, any battle and any stream. That's very enjoyable to see. So yeah, there are pros and cons with this whole system, and where it really shines and where it becomes a little bit of a struggle. But we found a few ways where we can improve the AI distance in a few cases, in a few creatures and attacks. The walkers may be one of those, so that first experience gets a little bit more solid for new players as well. Obviously, we all know that if you're here by now, most likely you know the game and you're good at it and embraced it and adapt to it. But we need to make sure that new players also can do that easily, right? We all want a growing player population base. That's what's cool about the game, though. Yeah, exactly. I think that if we would dumb it down, we will get closer to the mainstream combat system, you know, just a distance check in an arc. It's so basic and primitive that I would hate to go back to that. You know, it's like going back to the, you know, it sounds crazy saying going back to the good old 80s, but that's how all other MMOs does it today. But the main reason is because then they cut the long delay. They don't have to fiddle around with ping normalization, and they rely on getting a large population and, you know, marketing game. And it's a different type of game, right? So like I said, I'm a MMORPG player, and I wouldn't pick any other game over this to enjoy exciting player skills, combats, and have the freedom of just bringing all of my friends. There is no limitation. I can bring all my friends and fight hundreds of other players and go wherever I am, and, you know, it's impressive. We can't forget about that. It's quite impressive. This small team have managed to do something very unique close enough for everyone to compare it with Mordhau is just crazy. That's an achievement, I think. Honestly, it's crazy to do if it was more server authoritative, which MO2 isn't. This is why there are hackers flying around open interest. It's not really true. Obviously, I would have to put in my network experts to explain this more in depth. At the same time, we don't want to give too much information, because this is also what hackers abuse. They try to understand how things work and how they can abuse. So it's not really true. We're banning cheaters very frequently. We catch them, and we are improving things all the time. And the cheaters have been reduced heavily, and we're monitoring this very importantly, very carefully, every single day. So that is moving forward in a very good direction. But what's true still, that is always the case. There will always be cheaters in online games, period. Any online game will always have cheaters trying to do shit, and it will always be something that is part of the development. Sadly, that's just how it is. That's why we always have dedicated work against that as well, and need to spend a lot of time going through those tools and logs and wipe accounts every single week. That's part of the whole process. But we do a lot more server checks than people think, and obviously we don't want to say what we're doing because this can be used against us. But yeah, we do a lot of server checks, and the server is king. My girlfriend does ice skating, and she's very good in PvP in this game. all right, that's interesting. Come on, guys. I knew it would come. I knew it. The combat system is fine, but are you working on the animation and feedback of it? Looks so stiff. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's a whole package, right? That improves the feeling of a fighting system, such as sound, feedback, visuals, and animation. That's true. And it's also a very big challenge. And again, we are such a small team that we can't just put the whole team on doing only that, like most other studios would be able to do. But yeah, there's absolutely room for improvement in these areas that will also help improving the overall feeling. So we will see when we will be able to do additional polishing in that area. All right. If you just tune in, exclamation mark MO2. I will roll it in 10 seconds. How to keep your beard so nice, Ezra TV? I don't do that much. I'm just lucky to have the genes, I guess. Yeah, I don't do anything. I just try to keep it in shape every now and then. And sometime, like once a month or something like that, I go to a barber. That's also obviously when I try to fix my haircut. They also tweak the beard to a professional level. Alright, shall we roll it, guys? Are we ready? Let's do it. Exclamation mark MO2. And let's see where we have it. Alright. It's time, guys. Got a few more popping in. Same barber as Rude Van Nistelrooy. Who the hell is that? It's a professional barber here in my city. Pretty good. Alright, it's time, guys. I'm rolling it. Good luck, everyone. Boom, biddy boom. Let's go. Ah, football player. I see. We don't really plan to incorporate magic into the profession. No. It's a very important balance factor there. Alright, here we go. Congratulations, old Greg. You lucky son of a bitch. You won yourself a MO copy. Alright, are you here? Rigged. Good old rigged. Good old rigged. Let's see. So, old Greg, are you here? That's the question. Let's see. Old Greg, the streamer, eh? Aren't you streaming, old Greg? I think I recognize it, or am I wrong? You always win. What? No, I don't think so. Let me take a look. Have you won before? Find my stuff. No. No, I don't see old Greg here. I don't think so. I haven't got a... Let's see. Are you here, old Greg? You need to be here to receive your key, or it will be a reroll. Old Greg, you have a few minutes to respond. Old Greg is a streamer. Yeah, I thought so, right? I recognize him a little bit. Let me win for my brother. He'll play Rust. But if you play Rust, he will feel at home at Mortal, right? Old Greg stayed up all the night with us till the server came up. He deserved it. Ah, okay. Hopefully we'll respond then. Tell him to respond so he can get the key. Might be in his car driving home. Give him a second to respond. Yeah, we'll give him a few. We will... Streamer loot. One minute, all pass. We'll give him a few. We can cover some questions while we wait. We're getting on the ending note anyway here. I told him to get into the game. He asked me if it's hard to get into. I was honest, and yes, it has a learning curve. He said he doesn't have time to learn a new game. Feels bad, man, but it looked nice. Yeah, I mean, it has a learning curve for sure. And that is also what we're trying to simplify or improve pretty much along with the Epic Game release. Because, yeah, a new player shouldn't be too shocked or scared away, or simply have to ask the question, what can I do now? What do I do now when I join Milan, when my real adventure starts? That's also where some new players struggle to what to do next, right? And depending on what city they pick. So that's the important step we want to improve and help them. That, okay, I have no clue what to do, but I can follow this, you know, direction. I can start working for the nation, the city I started for. So that will get me going at least. I will make money, experience, and I will learn and get introduced to new things. That is a vital step for new players when leaving Haven, because Haven is straightforward, right? No one fails on that step. And there's a huge majority. We have very good stats from Steam. We can see that the majority plays through Haven, and obviously those that learn and, you know, take their time, commit and change, roll different clades, they getting more prepared. But that works really well. They know how to, you know, get around on Haven and get introduced to the game. But the big challenge is wherever they pick a city later on when they go to Milan, that's when many get a little lost, don't know really what to do. That's what we want to help and improve, so we can give them a hand a little bit before they, give up even before getting into Milan gameplay, because that's where the juice starts, right? And also getting introduced, getting in touch with guilds if they want to. They should be able to do that very effectively as well, rather than having to ask in help chat, for instance. Oops. The towns read the board so we can post propaganda to get new players interested in drama and game beefs. This is why I love Mortal 9. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're doing a board, town board thing, where you can put some services, guild information, requests, stuff like that to, spread love, Need more bosses though. Yeah. We need more of everything eventually, right? We're going over all the basics so we cover a very wide, good range for a lot of different players that enjoy a good sandbox MMORPG. Then obviously we're gonna tap deeper into every single category, push it further, and expand it further. These noobs are joining heathen guilds. I'm wondering why the militia stomps them. They don't even know they choose evil. MO1 last night I saw the board in Tindrum. It was glorious. Yeah, there's some really neat feature for sure in Mortal 1 that obviously we are implementing in Mortal 2 as well. But again, refining them a little bit more so they get even better. So yeah, the notice boards was really good in cities. Good stuff. Can we add more non-combat robes? Spirits can wear in and out of the Ether. We're getting a set of clothes quite soon. But in Ether, I'm not sure at this point yet. So, good old Greg. Are we here yet? Oh, jeez, my neck is getting crumbled. Jesus, need to be careful about my neck, guys. Ah. Any plans to implement standings to allow players to flag other players? There will be some option into this when it comes to the TC and your area that you're in control of, your city pretty much. So you will be able to set the laws in your city. If you don't like a certain guild or players, you can banish them and set the rules as long as you are in control of that city. Yeah, the whole, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, so along with Epic Games, we're getting the nation rules and law rules, everything from high security to low security to non-security, which is no murders placeable or any flagging rules whatsoever. But as soon as you are within the nation rules, there will be protection and more severe penalty the deeper you go into these nations, and also greater rewards the more positively you go into them. Yeah, we will revisit Spiritism a little bit. We see that it is lacking a little bit here. We just need to finalize Elementalism before we can go back and also utilize some of the function we have from Elementalism. yeah, we know that the sound pretty much dies when it's large-scale battles. The sound engine in Unreal 4 isn't superior, and it's been superiorly rebuilt in Unreal 5 to my knowledge. I haven't investigated if it fixes this one, but there's a chance it does. But either way, yes, we need to make sure we, work a little bit on a multiple sound system. Same thing happens. I don't like when I spawn this troll in the events and 100 people shot 100 arrows and you hear the troll do the instead of a full sound. That is also quite breaking the immersive level and overall feeling. So yeah, we need to make sure it handles X amount of sounds correctly, and also not just stack up thousands of them. That makes this, it even hits the performance a little bit. So yeah, that's one of the points we have. You need to correct your posture, Henrik. When you're in top shape, it's true. It's easy to fall down, right? Get into a slopey posture. Not good for the neck and the back. I try to do it as good as possible and move around, but yeah, sometimes it's difficult. We'll work on the Mulva armors. I actually saw the Mulva armors today. It looked really awesome, and maybe that will be a sneak peek in upcoming stream. Maybe a good one, including the bags. So it's getting there. I think we are ready in a few days, and then of course we need to test everything and make sure everything works and prepare it for any of the upcoming patches. So we're getting there for sure. I mean, you can make a personal note already, Beetle, and a lot of people are doing that. So you have the journal, right, where you can, a lot of people use that heavily. You add every single guild action, interaction, and player interaction, who's on their kill list, who are their shady list, who are their friends, or, a lot of that things. So it's a pretty nice little tool to make your personal notes on everything, including recipes and whatever that may be. It's a nice little feature. But obviously, out in the nation's rule areas, you can't just decide, this is my enemy, even though you're not guilded or have any conflict, and you decide to make him your enemy and kill him. That can be heavily abused, right? So it depends on where you are in the world. No Man's Land, sure, do whatever you want. In your city area lands, sure, do whatever you want. But in Tynremic Nation lands, perhaps you have to follow the Tynremic Nation, right? Those laws and rules. Makes sense. Tenna the Ginger, yes, we are heavily polishing and fixing bugs. That's always been a big focus in the background since Project Polish, which you can also see in the patch note. We obviously don't ignore bug fixing and polishing, and we will do additional heavy rounds for the Epic Game release to make sure that we have nothing standing out that really annoy the player experience. So yeah, that's a big point we have. Thanks for listening to answer our questions. Sure, that is my pleasure and the reason behind these Q&As. And like I said, sometime we try to do some different streams, like showcasing stuff, sneak peeks, and even in-game events and stuff every now and then. But yeah, it's been a little bit stressful latest period. We're getting to those big components, as you can see, that there's a high bar, right? A lot of people are really looking forward to these 3 sprints and expect a lot of good stuff, obviously. So the bar is quite high. So we really need to focus hard and work hard to make sure we deliver a highly improved TC this time around compared to the first game. It wasn't bad in the first game. When we released it, there was many months where people were just excited and played a lot and had a pure blast. But slowly over time, we started to see, the pros and cons and what wasn't as good as hoped for, and that's also something that's quite impossible until it plays out over a long period of time in a real scenario. And that is what we heavily try to utilize, all that data from the first game, to really refine those areas that was not as good. So I think we will have a greatly improved TC with Modline 2, and obviously, that should be a great gaming experience for everyone. We learn a lot from the first one. Henrik, with the addition of ships and sailing, will there be points of interest or PvE content such as islands with mobs or caves underwater areas? Yes, for sure. So for instance, one continent, a whole continent will be underwater. So you have to sail there, and then you have to obviously figure out how the hell do you get down that deep without dying. And there will be obviously several options to do that. But for sure, there will be islands and there will be underwater content a lot, especially when that is our main focus and we're working on delivering those features. That will be part of it, and very importantly so. Jinal, can you explain how castle guards will work? Gold, prestige? Can I tell them to patrol across the castle territory, and how big castle territory is? So these are some of the things we are playing around with now. So it's not 100% finished in terms of exactly the rules what you can give to the guards. But in general, you will have to construct a barrack, which is kind of the key to hiring guards. The barrack is where they eat, sleep, work, and you handle the guards in this building pretty much. That is the main component for that service. And then there will be a few ways. So you will have a few buildings also, such as a guard tower that you can construct anywhere in your area, and that is upgradable. And you can place, you can tell a certain amount of guards to be occupy this guard tower, and you will set the rules. Are these a public town open for everyone, so everyone is allowed? Or is it a closed town, attack any enemy or whatever that is flagged for not being allowed in your city, pretty much. And this time we also made those guard towers to be useful and interesting for the players, compared to the first game where they were a static tower, pretty much. So you will be able to raid the towers, siege them, wreck the doors, and players will also obviously be able to use them if they have access to this guard tower. So that is one part where you can place guards behind some kind of protection up in this guard tower. So strategically, you can put these in your city to have a almost 360 view of your city. Obviously, line of sight is a requirement, so people can always take cover behind walls and other buildings. And then we're looking at also certain guard patrol posts where you can put them and possibly give them some commands where they should patrol. And that is one of the things that we are experimenting with to see what can we support, what is feasible and doable and still remaining in good performance. And also the balance behind this is also that we want to step away from in the first game. We don't just want a static guard and you just stand there like an NPC forever. So we want the city owners to kind of plan their tactical defenses, security, and such. And that's a more interesting part of the game, and also offers a better natural balance. So for instance, a guard can't work 24 hours a day. Obviously, like in real life, you would die, right? You need sleep, you need your salary, you need to recover, and then you go back to work. And that's how the guard's gonna work. So you have to pinpoint these hours is when we want to maximize our security, or we want to split them thin over a 24-hour rate, if that makes sense what I'm trying to explain here. So those will be your balance options. You could say that, okay, our guild is rarely active during these hours because it's our time zone downtime. Then you could maximize your guards during those downtimes, so you have better protection when you are asleep. And then, they go back to bed when you are mostly active and have to be, responsible for security in the city. Or you can spread them thin, like I said. So those will be important balance factors for you to have to figure out what is your need and what do you want to do. Salary, salaries. So the guards needs salaries. They need money and they need gear, equipment to be able to do their work. So if someone kills a guard, the goal here is to they will pretty much drop their gear, so you have to supply the gear also. So you can't just have infinite magical guards appearing with infinite gear. So it's a cost and upkeep with this that is natural, similar to a player, you know. So that means enemies can also deplete your supplies and guards and resources. We don't want infinite resources this time around that we had in the first game. So you can't just buy a vendor, place him, and then sell a million types of meat to them to make infinite gold every time we go there. So this is also what we work on, trying to make sure that there's a daily budget, and depending on how you run your city, if people come buy a lot of things and then sell a lot of things, then obviously that goes back and forth, right? But then eventually it goes to the supply line depletions, and that's where you need to do the supply runs. And this is very exciting because that's when you need to plan carefully. Okay, we need to do the trade with one of those cities nearby to fill the supply lines, and that comes obviously with a risk, right? Because you need to use bags, you need to use mounts, and eventually later on wagons, and that means you are open target for anyone. So if a group of bandits, was, you know, like in Robin Hood, or seeing your caravan with supply lines being run, you can become a target also. So it's going to be very exciting, very interesting. For you to effectively maintain your city, you need to have these operations in place. And depending on how much they're used and depleted, you need to do additional actions to refill or change those. And that promotes play interaction and trading and exciting moments. Going to be hell of excitement. Hell of excitement. Old Greg is here. Yo. Congratulations. You won yourself a key. And here it comes. Congratulations. What? Why didn't... What the hell happens? My chat is bugged. Let me refresh my website. I can't paste the key to you. One moment. Refreshing page. My computer need a reboot. I have 1000 tabs open. Let's see. Where the hell did the chat go? There. Alright, let's see if it goes better. Now it worked. Congratulations, old Greg. Yeah, so that's some of the things we are going through that I were discussing. Do we name our guards? I'm not sure about that. I mean, there's plenty of cool little nice feature that ties to a lot of this, but obviously we can't do everything in one go. But if there are good suggestions and we think, yeah, those are doable, they're not too large, we can crank those or plan those for a follow-up patch or additional patch later on. We may also add more TC content related stuff. I'm sure you're gonna get a lot of great feedback and quality of life functions and features you would like to see. If they fit, we're gonna try to plan one of those patch also over time. You know, many, I guess, over time. Well, player guards works. I just explained how the guards works in general. I talked about it for what, 10 minutes. So yeah, you can. So we're doing our void video recap of this tomorrow, and we always post it on YouTube. So if you miss these, you can always watch a recap the day after, and you can scroll to that moment and see some of the topics that I may have covered. Because yeah, I try to not repeat them too often, as you can understand. It wouldn't be fun experience for everyone in here also, but it's understandable people join in and leave at any time, so obviously, right? Maybe I answered the question already, but how do you plan to attract new players to the game? Yes, I cover that also quite a bit. The whole new player experience is a very important focus for the Epic Game release, and we have pinpointed very important parts there to make sure that they get introduced, better hand holding, so they get a fair chance when they enter Milan, which we see a few dropping off. So yeah, we are working on that quite a bit. And yeah, I talked a little bit about those specific areas also earlier in the stream here. The goal is to make Earthquake dismount, yes. Why is Mulva 900 speed for several minutes? I don't know what you mean for several minutes. I mean, Mulvas in general is a little bit slower than horses, right? But they have a burst, just like the horses have. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean with 900 speed for several minutes. They should be obviously noticeable, a little bit slower than horses, but stronger and much stronger carry abilities. Yeah, with TC, you set your own rules in your city. You can blacklist a guild or players that you don't want to go close to your city, and guards will also engage against them if you have those rules set. And it is how to help stabilize economy in the game. It's too much gold. So everything is not gold related. More and more things will also be new currencies, new type of achievement you need to also require certain things and services. That this is also heavily starting with TC. There will obviously be cost upkeeps, etc. So there will be more gold things also, especially depending on if you want to maximize your cities with everything available. Obviously that goes up heavily and quickly. So, but like I said, gold is not the only thing. That's just one part of obtaining some things in game. But there will be other currencies and important things that you need to work towards. The prominence is one very important part also with TC, which is not even something you can... it's not a physical item, so you can't even trade it. You need to do the hard work to get that currency going and contribute. And this is going to be very exciting because the guilds and cities will be able to contribute with this. And obviously the guilds can set up their own rules. Everyone needs to contribute with this much. You need to do these goals. And then you can see if there's a lazy bastard not contributing with that. And you can have a good talk with him, you know. So you will have some cool functions and tools that will help you run a successful city and guild. Yeah. The burst is several minutes. We need to look into that then. That sounds wrong then. Yeah, it shouldn't be minutes, it should be seconds. Sounds wrong. You're talking about gear 4. But I think that is higher than 900 speed. 900 speed sounds like the lower gear, not the 4th. That's strange. Need to look into it. But we have tested them a lot, so that sounds very strange. We need to look into it. How many streamers have we recruited for Epic Game launch? Hundreds. It's gonna be an explosion of streamers and viewers and Twitch drops and celebrations and awesomeness and epicness and chaos, most likely. Introduce sophistication like in Modern 1. So it is quite a sophisticated system with a lot of depth and values added already to the game. But where it also makes so the plan in the first game was also that there should be obviously game mechanics that also rely on your sophistication. We never got that far, so it didn't really matter. You could be extremely sophisticated, but we didn't have the mechanics that says, oh yeah, you can take advantage of this and that because of your high sophistication. And that was, you know, we never got to that over the years. And the question is if there's enough incentive and value this time around, because now we have the nations, which kind of makes a little bit more sense, you know, what is your standings with these nations? That is connecting to something quite similar, I would say. So I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure at this point, because the nation standings and the prominence has a direct important value and balance tied to TC. and the nation up expansion we're gonna do. Sophistication may have its parts, and I know Mats have a lot of plans and thoughts behind it, but you know, since we never got to it in the first game and there wasn't a huge demand to get that going, I'm a little bit unsure right now. Yeah, better be Twitch drops, indeed. I mean, queues are natural, right? The only thing here, our mission is to make sure that the queues are reasonable. If we can have a high capacity, a few thousands of players in the game, that means the queue also moves much faster than it does if we only have like 1,500 players as a cap and then have a queue. Obviously, if we can have several thousand in the game, the queue will be much faster. So as long as it's reasonable, then that's fine, right? Because the queue is there for a reason. It's to make sure that the in-game component, everything is, you know, working well. The next step is the plan B, obviously. We see that, okay, now the queue is growing so much that it's becoming ridiculous again. That's when we're looking into the plan B, to make sure that we can't have thousands of players not able to play for a whole day in a queue. That's not acceptable anymore, right? Burke Black, I'm not sure of all of them, but you know, usually also what happens like it did back in the days when we release in Steam, you know, when people see, holy shit, a lot of stuff is happening here, a lot of people are streaming it, a lot of new cool stuff, then obviously more streamers also usually picks it up, right? So we're trying to make sure we have a good following, a good base, and then hopefully more will pick up, you know. We have seen a lot of people, a lot of great streamers come into MO2 Online, and they have quickly grown. We have a really nice community, I think, as a backbone that support the streamers. They're very, and by just watching our streamers, that is a huge support, I think. And it's awesome to chill in those streams. So I think that is awesome to see people that have been streaming a lot, but they struggle a little bit to step out from the crowd when they pick large games because they fall way down there, right? But as we have seen a lot of these streamers pick up MO2 Online, they enjoy the game, and then bam, they've been exploding, get all the support from the MO2 community. And that's awesome to see, that our streamers getting support and our community support them, and it goes back and forth, right? And that's just amazing. I like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a great streaming session when we goes into those milestones and just enjoy, hopefully, as much as possible. What will be in the drops? So we have 2 suitable things for our upcoming drops. A very cool type of cape thing could be one, and the other one is obviously game time. Because look, we are not like those theme park games when you get 100 gold and a cool weapon or a skin, or you know, stuff like that, which most other games does. The only thing that makes sense and would be interesting and valuable for us is obviously game time, and could be you know, a cape or something like that also, because obviously we noticed that people like capes, they hunt the capes, right? Rare capes, collect them all and run around in fashion, so that works. The real question is, are you going to take part in the next act battle, and if so, which side will you choose? Old Greg. I better stay out of those conflicts, right? They are very passionate and a lot on the stake eventually, especially with sieging coming, right? I don't want to set my foot into those conflicts. I don't think us devs or Stalwart employees should be in that conflict. That wouldn't send a good view, right? Because people will say, holy shit, they are the creators, so they're cheating, they take sides, and it goes out of control, right? We need to make sure that we protect the game, and we're here to stay for many years. And you create all the drama and the conflicts and decide the outcome, right? And we just watch from above, making sure it's fair gameplay for everyone. That's our main job. But I get really tempted when I see the passion, the energy in those fights, and I can feel the adrenaline with those screams. Trust me, I want to be next to them on the battlefield and get some of that action, for sure. I just watched a little bit, Demo Man, on that video. I didn't have time to watch it fully. I will. Looked like some juicy part there, so I'm gonna watch it. I really want to. I mean, it was so many cool things happening that event that I would love to see, like a montage or however you call it, from all those cool things and make it really cool. Because I mean, you guys were there. Now you have witnessed that. Holy shit! This is just a taste of what could happen in Mortal Online, especially down the road when we have more tools, better optimization, and have the siege machineries and all that. You know, we got a small taste of that kind of large-scale gameplay that will happen soon, right? But the majority of the players in the world have no clue. You know, when I think about a big battle, I think about, oh, new world, we are 80 people, we're fighting, we do this spamming the auto attacks and make cool effects on the screen, and oh yeah, that's a big siege. Come on, man. You witness what we're talking about, what we want in a real battle, right? Large scale battle, and it just looks awesome. Obviously, we need to work a little bit on the FPS, but that is what I would like to have in a real battle. You know, no real limitation, no instances and shit. Just go there with your freaking army and have a unique experience. It was so cool to see those events when Bruce Lee, Rob, and the other people were streaming some of that event. And I also saw the whole chat was spammed by a lot of new people saying, holy shit, what's going on here? I just showed up, and what the hell is this? What kind of game is this? I never heard about it. This looks insane. Just reading that from over 1,000 people every minute just showed us that, look, we have no limit, guys. We have no limit. This game can explode, right? This is it. We need to put this on a world map and show that this is what a real siege is about. Just bring all your friends. There's no limitation, no instances, and just have the largest battle ever. You know, crushing everything else. This is what what you can do in Mortal Online 2. So yeah, it's. I mean, just seeing that from that battle showed us that yeah, this is gonna be really exciting in the future. And obviously, all players out there, when they see that, gonna say, holy shit, I wanna be in that. I didn't know that game even existed. I didn't know there was a game that could support that kind of insane siege battles, almost like Mortal, but in a freaking MMO, when I can bring all my friends. So we need some video of these guys, where it comes from you also. You know, the companies always make, you know, awareness videos, trailers, and promo, and those are very effective, and obviously we need to do that. But just having your guys doing some cool videos of that, showing the energy from the person, from the people, you, the players, showing your experience and the adrenaline and the rush and the screams, that just shows what the real players are experiencing and feeling, right? So I really hope, yeah, I like when you do those cool videos, and we can try to help to promote those videos and spread them, just to show the world out there that, look, what you can do in Mortal Online. And this is just the beginning, right? This is the early stage. Guild Wars isn't an MMORPG in my personal opinion, actually. Obviously, when Guild Wars released, I was a little bit hyped and interested, but you know, a good game, 100%. But I experienced it more like a World of Warcraft shrinked version. You know, having the same kind of polish and quality, but without the large scale MMO. And that's why also they don't have any subs or anything. You just buy the game and you play in instanced local hub servers, and then you go out alone or with a few friends. I don't call that MMORPG because it's technically not. It's a hub-based communication, and then you go out in a small team, and then there's some instance battling arenas or stuff like that, similar to World of Warcraft as well. A great game, but I couldn't play it more, enjoy it, because it wasn't a MMORPG. You know, it was more like World of Warcraft, but less. And when I'm looking for MMORPG, I want a large scale, I want no limitations, I want to play with my friends from day one. Even though I'm newer character, I still want to play with my friends. And you can't in any of those games, because there are linear, level-based game design. But yeah, that's just my personal opinion. Still good games. Common issue is 5 AM sneak raid with no fight, and you are going into this design big time so far. What do you mean? What do you mean? A sneak raid? You mean if players are raiding another base in a different time zone, you mean? Like Henrik talks networking. I mean, it's true, right? I'm just pointing out the obvious, but maybe everyone is not considering it, right? Guild Wars is not an MMORPG game. Am I right or am I wrong? I played it. I liked it. It was good, but not the type of MMORPG that I would invest in. Star Wars Galaxies, a really good game for sure. Really good. It's high up on my list for sure. Solid sandbox MMORPG for sure. Albion Online. First of all, I know art and isn't the main thing in game, but I'm not sure. I struggle a little bit with the cartoonish art in games today. I don't know what it is, but I want something that is raw, standing out, or realistic, or I don't know. So obviously that's one thing. And then yeah, top down, I guess it works just like Ultima Online, but I don't know, something put me off quite a bit there. I hear a lot of good things and I watch it and follow it a lot. I know it's a solid game, they do great progression, good stuff, growing player population, so no doubt a successful game, right? But there are some things that makes me yeah, great, but I don't want to commit. I don't get the urge to really get in there. I don't know what it is. It's like a combination of maybe looks, again, a very cartoonish game, and but I'm sure it's great, right? Because there's a lot of people talking great about the game. But I don't know. I get so picky, I guess, that if all majority of those boxes isn't ticked, I can't really commit the time to play because I have so little time to play games these days. So I followed it, I watched it, I read about it, and there seems to be a lot of good stuff. But I didn't really have the time to actually play it myself to get the full experience personally. Yeah. But usually there's always something great to learn and take or be inspired from any of those successful games, no matter what type of genre within the MMO they are. Everything from WoW to Albion Alive to EVE Online, Star Wars Galaxies, Ultima Online, and many other games, right? PlanetSide even. Agree with Henrik there. I've been have a duty who played lol and hide the sign of fight. So yeah, I mean, again, it's so also what personal things, but they obviously managed to do something really good, and they're quite mainstream, making it a little bit, tapping into a wide audience. So it seems to be a solid game, but again, there will be game that is not for everyone, and vice versa. And I'm very picky when it comes to MMO these days. Like I said, I come from Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, and then Mortal 9. Come on. How do you compete with that caliber, right? You know what I mean? It's very specific sandbox games that almost no one else gets close to. And that shaped my view on MMOs, which makes it a little bit hard to enjoy most of the MMOs on the market. There's, you know, plenty other that I enjoyed, but not as deep. Can you please clone Farmer Joe? That would be amazing. Will you be adding sieging like from games like Shadowbane and Darkfall? So Darkfall released similar time frame that when we released Mortal 1, and it was one of the closest game at that time, but there was a lot of things I didn't really enjoy at all with that games, and why obviously I prefer the approach that we did in Mortal Online. So, but again, I tried it myself. I tried to see what have they done and if there's anything cool that is successful there. But yeah, there was a lot of quirks as well that I really didn't enjoy at all in Darkfall. Shadowbane I played obviously many years ago, was really cool. We're part of some big sieges there, but then again, very out of date. It's yeah, I mean, there's some mechanics that were pretty cool. Like I said, I think that we have a better baseline from Mortal 1, having that experience and see what worked and what didn't work, and coming from those other games that we have with us, and just refine it heavily. Those things that people loved, great, we have that, we just refined a little bit. And those things that people didn't like and didn't play out well, obviously those are the things we are redesigning and changing. So I think we have a very good baseline. We don't have to step into completely new boundaries without not having a clue what's going on here. Feel confident with having a pretty good solid baseline, and then just refine the part that wasn't as good. Yeah. Jedi's when? Was a good side about Star Wars, guys, you know. Yeah, the Force sensitive slots is coming in Mortal 2, but they're not the feature that everyone can tap into, as you know, because we're not going to do what they did, giving in and allowing everyone to become Jedis. That ruined the game. So obviously we need to do it later, when we have the whole baseline of things that we want in early in the game, and then slowly over time we can reach those very cool but more specific feature eventually. But yeah, they're planned for down the road. I mean, have has great mechanics, but the perspective graphics is me. Yeah, that's what I take from it as well, and that's why I follow it very closely and been interested in it. They have some really good stuff, right? But yeah, some stuff push me away a little bit, that makes me not really commit and actually playing it. So I try to get that playing experience based on other players and reading about it instead, just to see, you know, what they do that people enjoy as well. It was to add dynamic events. This should be in every MMO. Yeah, and we will have something like that as well. So we have the relic drops eventually, and we have obviously invasions on the continents, and we have specific bosses and titans. Those will be plenty of content when it comes to dynamic events and happenings in the game. The Immortal has made all other MMOs seems inadequate. Yeah, and that's exactly what I described before, that, you know, coming from Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, and Mortal Online, they are in the same category, I would say, on a sandbox spectrum, with more freedom, not level-based. Obviously gives you an experience that is one of a kind, and then if you go from that really challenging, exciting experience to something much more simple, dumbed down, mainstream, casual, it just gives you a worse kick, right? Obviously you want something equal strong or challenging. It's very hard to go the other way, right? It's a natural thing for humans. So it needs to be something in that category to be exciting for me personally, and that's what I also noticed from a lot of you guys, that yeah, playing these types of game a lot, getting used to those, and then you go to a game like World of Warcraft and you feel, what the hell, why am I spending all these hours here just to get this icon gear that anyone else is grinding up to, and for nothing? You know, you can't have a battle when you win or lose your gear or your base and want to retake it with your friends, and You can't do that. That happened in the Act streams last week. You simply can't do it, right? And that's what we want. That's what we're looking for here, right? We are that kind of players that want that a little bit more high challenge, risk reward, game experience. Use your brain, use your knowledge, your skills, and play with your friends in any number you wish. You know, we have that demand. We have that bar quite high now. And it's very hard to pull that bar down, right? That's what I'm feeling, at least. No time frame. We don't go public with anything until we are really close to deliver our sprints. I think that is best to not put an expectation of a possible delay or anything that may go. So no dates publicly yet. Yeah, I tried to do a little sneak peek with Elementalism soon. In one of my streams, we have some finalized armors and bags and gear for the Mulvas and some beasts. We have finalized siege machineries. We have them rigged and animated and tested. Some really cool stuff slowly getting in place, preparation for these upcoming sprints. So I do plan to do some sneak peek and showcases eventually. Like I said before, I don't want to show something that are using something wrong or a placeholder effect or something, because whenever they get spread, people are gonna complain, and then even though I said in the stream, look, this is a placeholder or this is gonna change, doesn't matter. People judge what they see, so we're a little bit careful about showing some of those things that don't have all the components tied to them, so you know this is so close that we can show it in terms of quality and effect and such. Why is the chair sideways? Because I'm slowly falling down. No, sitting in a relaxed, juicy position is not the best. You know. And yeah, that obviously puts us on the last step here. Demon events going to be a thing, yes, but it will be heavily changed compared to what it was in the first game. What about making melee combat for honor? You can get different martial arts, Shaolin school, summer school. So we are able to have different stances and styles, but it's a huge work time frame wise. So it's not a high prioritized feature we need now. It wouldn't make sense for us to spend a lot of time on that when the majority of players want polish, more exploration, PvE and PvP and TC mechanics, the magic schools. Those goes above, right? But yes, we are able to support that. We have discussed it actually, because there's some cool components where it makes sense to change stances and styles depending on what you learn as a character as well. To again add to the tactical options. But that is a little bit deeper in a very specific area, which doesn't really fit right now in this time frame when we really need to get the big base pillars solidly in place and also hit the Epic Games release, get on a good start for our future. What about meteorites? Are they in game eventually? Those are absolutely one very solid feature that we want to add close to somewhere after the TC first pack. So that's where we expand TC mechanics. There are several services and parts that we want to add to TC. We just can't add that insane list in one go, because then we would have to delay for many more months. We don't want to do that, because that list keeps growing, right? And also based on your feedback. But specifically the meteorites was a very popular feature that people just gave us positive feedback on. It was a great success in the first game. So yes, that is one of those near updates. We're gonna add a relic structure with that patch, which means every now and then you will see those fall from the sky and you see them cross the world. Anyone can go there and fight for those relics and then take them to your base, place them there and benefit from the powers. And anyone else can try to siege and steal your relics. And that's a never-ending conflict. And it doesn't force you to go to a extreme fatigued plan with bolus and preparation to do a full siege that can last for days or even weeks or even months. That is a high fatigue on everyone. You can just gather your group and say, let's steal those motherfuckers, those bastards relic. We want it. Let's steal it. Let's grab the gang and let's try to make it happen. And you can have some cool, frequent conflicts without having to go insane on the preparation and planning to do a full siege, because full sieges can be a huge task, and it will be a huge task and a big commitment and big risk also. So we want something in between, right? Smaller scale skirmishes for small groups or up to larger groups. Something fun and exciting to fight for. And that's meteorite drops is an excellent system for exactly that. We also have the supply lines. That is a perfect option as well here, because the meteorite drops obviously will only drop every now and then, right? So you will be very hyped. Holy shit, it's dropping. Let's get on now. Let's get to action. Or if you want to try to make a coup, steal it from them, like I said. But the supply lines will always be there also to be a constant fight for control and sabotage and interesting conflicts, Hi Henrik, will TC system lead to many small wars between guilds all the time, or a larger one between alliances socially? Can you also share some more prominence points? Boris, so I assume you just heard me, right? I read your question after I just talked about exactly that. So I guess you got your answer already, right? Giveaway when though? As you can see on the topics, it's already happened, and we are on ending notes already 4 hours. Holy shit. Didn't I usually do 3 hours usually? And we're already on 4 hours. I don't get it. Just feels like bam. Hours flies. Gather your own gang, bro. Sadly, the game is dead for me due to constant ganking. Why should we bother to play where as soon as you leave safe area you are out-ganged by groups of 3 up? Open world PvP I get, but the ganking has made Mo not fun and unplayable. So Pimus yeah, that happens, and some area is worse than others, but I think this will change a lot with TC, especially with Epic Game Release, because then we will have areas that are meant to be risk reward, high stakes. There are areas that are more protected, patrolling guards that are more for noobs and those that don't want to come, be in player conflict as heavily. And obviously we will have TC, we will have conflicts that will have many PvP players quite busy fighting for that lands, which means you will not be ganked by bored players. So give it a new shot around TC or Epic Game Release, and I think that will completely change. It will completely change. Just tuning in, so apologies if you covered. Any thoughts on magical weapons that have charges that cannot be refilled? So if they still end up removed from the economy over time, or provide some new effect? Yeah, that is absolutely a thing that will happen. That is our enchantments. So we have a whole dedication of sets for enchanting, adding powers and spells and magic to gear. And yes, they will have charts and specific rules, so you can't just stand there and have a lightning bolt machine shooting constantly. But yeah, that is planned for. You guys keep the sub for the game. With Epic Game Release, we plan to enable the subscription, starting with a free month. You have get your other devs on stream. Everyone works so much and so hard that and these streams have a tendency getting a little late. I had Sebastian on for 2 streams, and he was on until he crashed, had to go to sleep. So it happens, and we will most likely have some more eventually. Right now they're 100% focused on the 3 sprints, the very important sprints we have in front of us right now. So I don't want to stress them or bother them too much out of the normal working hours. So yeah, but we will see. There will be some for sure. Yeah, I want to update the swapping weapon so it's much more fluid and smooth, and also highlight what weapon you have equipped. That should be a good quality of life improvement. I think everyone agrees on that one. So you have to pay $40 for the game, then a sub. So it's been free for, what is it, almost a year, and it will be for free until the Epic Game release happens. We don't have a public date on Epic Game release. We have 3 big sprints, big important patches to deliver before we are there. So until then, it will be free for everyone. When we reach that milestone, that's when we release the Epic Game patch on Unreal 5 and have a lot more stuff in the game. And the TC endgame content, and that's when we plan to enable the subscription. Yes, after a free month included in the game. And yeah, it's been a lot of discussion. Why do we sub? The pros and cons, and there are people that don't like the sub and don't they don't want to buy if they know it's a sub. But we have a very good. We cover this in a very good way. Why do we think a subscription based is best for this type of game? And if you go through those points, you may consider that makes sense, and yes, it will benefit me as a player that are looking for this type of game, and it's kind of one of a kind, and I don't want to sacrifice game experience, no pay to win, no cool rainbow skins just to fill the world with all that crap, and less crap game experience, less cheater and scammers, because the quality will go up when you have to invest a little bit, and it's your reputation and so on. So again, I just hope and ask everyone that are very hesitant of a subscription-based game, because there's so many games today that are free to play. But the truth and facts are there's no such thing as a free game. If you want to be competitive or enjoy it fully, it is locked behind paid content. And usually this is why paid to game are so popular today. If you look on the data and facts, you actually pay more in those games when you sneakily gets into those games. So you look if you're on your bank account after 2 months, you pay more than the $14 that you do in this game, if you're somewhat active, want to compete or be a little bit on the frontier, or be able to be on the frontier. So it's something to consider carefully, and not just think it's all about the money, that we're trying to grab the money here. That's not what we're looking at here. We want to offer the best possible sandbox gaming experience, period, and that's it. We don't want to sacrifice anything behind locked content, and you're also getting all future expansion for free. So you have to buy all those packs in a lot of MMOs. There's something to consider before you get scared away of only you buy it and have a subscription based. But look into what it actually means for the game and you as a player, if it's worth it to you. That's all we want people to consider. I mean, I played all games out there, and like I said, it's so common with free to play, right? But like I said, they're not free to play. You need to pay. That's the whole design behind it, and have psychology behind it. It's how you optimize that and get you hooked into, shit, I need to buy a new pack, or better weapon. I want to pay to win, or the whales. They are the ones that win in those games, and because they add more money to the game. And what kind of game experience is that? Is that how we want it? They pay the most, so therefore they are the strongest in the game. I mean, what kind of game experience is that? I think that is rude. I think it's rude. Come on. Yeah, my water is empty. Need to refill. But yeah, I hope it makes sense what I'm talking about here. Again, it's a good, important topic, and I think it's very good to spread that information, because we shouldn't be just accepting everyone else is doing, they controlling the market, and this is the games we get in return, which punish us gamers, because you're not getting a better game with locked content, pay to win, and rainbow skins left and right, and fire skins. Sure, if you enjoy that, perfect, you know, but this is a serious sandbox MMORPG game which aims for some realism, and your player skills, your achievement, your skills, your knowledge should matter, not your wallet. I hope it makes sense. Why not make Nave free and continent for subscribers? I mean, that is almost what we're doing, but with Havens, right? So Haven, we're gonna make free. That is where it fits for our game. So those that are hesitant, that don't want to commit, don't know what it is, they can play it for free on Haven, take their time there to, you know, learn, adapt, and experiment. And if they like what they're getting a taste of, that's when they can commit and start joining into the real game world, which is Nave. So that is what we're planning to do down the road. You can open game store, buy, sell, dice, armor, skins, etc. Yeah, but do we really want that? Isn't it more exciting to see, holy shit, how did you make that color? It's my secret, but because you're my friend, I'm gonna share it with you. Or no, you can pay me a few golds and I will dye it for you. There's business, it's player achievement, and it's skills behind it, and it's rewards. Don't we want that to be part of the game, rather than, do you want it? Just go buy it with real money. You know, sure, it's an attractive business model for companies, but is that really the game we want? Do we want to go there? That's the question, right? I'm here for more online, and I assume you are also. Isn't that the gaming experience we want to promote 100%, rather than lock all kind of cool stuff behind real money? Is that the road we want to go? Even Max, my friend, turns away from the game. What do you mean? So there will be colors in the game later. If that is the deal, I'm fine with that. Yeah, for sure. So I really want the dice system and guild logo emblem system to be implemented as soon as we possibly can. Because obviously, how cool will it be when you can design your guild logo, and you can create your kind of unique color, refine it, and then dye all your soft tissues with that dye. So you can go united in your color with your fauna and flag, with your logo. How cool would that be? And even put it on your castle. So it's also going to help identifying your friends from foes, right? So we really want it. It's just that, again, it's a prioritized list here. Take some time to create these systems. Yeah, we don't have the luxury of having hundreds of developers to spend on all of that simultaneously. But yeah, for sure, it will come. And it's quite high up on the list because it adds a good value for groups, and also identification in fights. You can add cool cosmetics without them impacting gameplay, like capes, tabbers, flags, decorations to add on top of helmets. That is doable, yes, but again, it's conflicting a little bit with, if you can create all of this yourself and experiment and find some really unique, cool setups, that is very cool and rewarding as a player. Sure, if we say, if you all pay $10 and you get all of that for free, we are bypassing the game experience to achieve it and have that recipes or share it or sell it, have a business with it. Or yeah, we can just sell it all for real money and everyone taps into it in one click. It's two different approaches, right? And again, my question is, how do we want the game experience to be? You know, Barber profession, yes, that is one of the profession down the road where you can offer your services to change hairstyles, beards, and new styles for all of them, and including tattoos and all that. And you will be able to discover them from unique to rares. So that's going to be a cool service to do additional unique visual changes down the road. Let us find cool cosmetic. It's always a sweet hotspot. Yeah, I mean, we noticed that the capes are super popular. People are going, you know, collecting the capes, and it's a big thing, right? So there's a value behind them for sure, and having those as hotspots, drops, etc., is a cool thing. It's a popular thing. Do we want to replace those with cosmetics, or do we want to add in cosmetics? I'm not sure. It's a gray line where we start interfering with the player exploration and achievements that should be a great reward and a, you know, achievement in the game, and then you can offer that service to others or share that knowledge. That is replaced obviously if we just sell them for money. So I mean, obviously if that's what the majority wants in our player base, then we wouldn't say no to it. But I would assume that the majority would want that tied to the game mechanics instead, and get all of that beautiful things included in a sub. So, and that is why we're talking about the sub. To not sacrifice any game experience and enjoyment and achievement and rewards and risk and hotspots. You get all of that without any conflicts interfering with the game experience, but we require subscription based. That's, you know, our hope that the majority will see, yeah, that's best for the game, and it's best for me as a player. I can enjoy that the best, and it's the same term for everyone. If that's what the majority here in our player base agree with, then, you know, that is our goal. Sub should be $5.99, same as a Netflix sub. What the hell? That's a cheap Netflix sub. My Netflix is twice the amount. It's pretty much like a game subscription. I mean, obviously we have to follow up on the prices, etc. when we go there, but the few games that are subscription based have pretty much the same range, and we have planned to have the same kind of setup that people follow. And you know, even though we are a smaller team and maybe have a smaller game, in a few years I can bet that we are larger than World of Warcraft in terms of features. We're already getting there in terms of features and options because it's a sandbox, right? Every few months we grow quickly in terms of new content and features, while World of Warcraft just add more levels, a new land, new quests, some new items, you know, very differently. So currently, as of we have stated before, we plan to have a $14 as a subscription. So same price as EVE Online or World of Warcraft on their subscription, and it's regional based. We don't have a date set on Elementalism. As soon as we are happy with the pack, we release it. $14, not 40. Sorry. So the traditional $14 a month, you see it in 14. Like I said, EVE Online and World of Warcraft, they have the same price. And there are some other subscription-based games. Sorry, not 40. Sorry if I'm getting tired. And not 40, 14. All right? It's said on our website as well when we decide to enable the subscription. And that's planned for the Epic Game release. So when that happens, that's when this goes into play. Is Ellis super behind? Why haven't we seen a demo? It's the most biggest change and update we do to a Magic School. There's only one main component, that we benefit from the first game. So no, I wouldn't say it's super delayed. We are still on the track that we have planned for internally, and not until we get close to when we are supposed to be finished internally, that's when we know if we are on a good track or not. And we're still not really there yet. So there's a lot of things. So first of all, it has a lot more spells than in the first game, and it became much more advanced and more closer to the original idea behind the Magic School, because we have the opportunity to make it happen now. So obviously we want to make sure we improve and refine those things that we weren't. They were cool and good stuff, but it was a lot of sacrifice steps. Didn't really follow this and that, but it was what we could back then. So those parts we try to make sure they follow what we really hope they would like to have this time around, where it works. So you're saying it isn't worth $14.99. It is $14.20, I think, so not really 15, but yeah, $14. Obviously, if the majority think that is too steep and doesn't work, then of course we have to rethink things. But for us to be able to continue work on it, expand and grow, and make the game even better, and give you more content and features for free without the expansions costs, we need to cover the cost somehow, right? That's why every game costs in one way or another form: pay to win, free to play, microtransactions, or a subscription-based model. Sure, we all want things cheap, right? But again, how do we cover the expenses to continue working on this game? We don't have a big company behind us or a publisher that can handle that. So we need to do what's possible for us, right? But don't get any ideas for 20 subs from Eve. What? What? Do Eves take $20 for a sub? What are you telling me? $14.99 is fine. We actually plan to do $14.25, so a little bit below EVE Online and World of Warcraft, because we're a little bit smaller, right? Makes sense. But yeah, I also think that, come on, so our community seems to be a little bit older. We have an older average, no doubt, than most other MMOs, and hopefully most of us have job, or that we can cover that kind of expense for what you get in return. I mean, it all comes down to, do you enjoy it? Do you get the hours worth the money, right? Like if you go out to the pub, take a few beers or a hamburger, and enjoy your friends for a few hours. It's less than that, right? And you can play for a whole month, and you get a unique gaming experience like no other MMO. So we obviously hope that it will be worth it. If it isn't, then obviously we have failed in delivering that type of game, right? We ever thought of making it cross-platform? Yes, and we were actually contacted by some of those giants, but it's a huge task. The consoles gets better now, so they can actually handle a lot of things better, because it's been a very demanding game also. But yeah, there's a door open for sure. Just that, we need to take one step at a time right now. We don't really support, or would be happy to see VPN to Argentina to make a $2 sub. That would ruin our chances of actually operating the game properly. So that is shady business and criminal, and Steam are heavy against it, and they ban for it. So hopefully no one will be doing such shady business. It's not suggested whatsoever either. So not good to post in here. You could get into problems or trouble. Yeah, a sub also comes with a good thing. Wood was Moses. A lot of crap gets flushed out when we have a subscription-based model running to log into the game. It's not like back when we had to go to our parents and ask for a WoW subscription. Exactly. I mean, we also designed a game that we don't want everyone to be self-sustained, not interact, not trade, not contribute with the player interaction and economy in the game. So you make your 10 accounts and then want them super cheap so you can play them all and supply yourself everything else. We want you to stick to one account, or if you're a hardcore extreme, you may have a few more, but that it shouldn't be the casual player doesn't stick with more accounts. You do what you enjoy the most in your characters, and the rest you trade and interact with, and it promotes the player-driven economy. So at the same time, we understand that you may want to have another style as well. You want to try something more. You want to be able to switch back and forth a little bit depending on what you're interested in that time. So like I said, we will heavily evaluate the Diva system when it comes to having a sibling on your possible one account. We're looking into that whole process. Like I said, we have spent a lot of resources and time in designing one character build to cover a good chunk of the action and profession. That was a big thing that you didn't get in the first game, where you were more dependent on having a few characters per account to do similar things. So yeah. $10 is amazing price, so you get into competition for other sub MMORPGs like WoW. It seems like there's a golden rule also within the MMORPG community business, that it's been the same since Ultima Line, and you don't touch that. So if you're doing the same category type of game, you should stick with that. And it also, obviously, there's a lot of calculation behind it. It's simple math, right? We need to cover salaries for the team. We want to expand the team. We need staff support. We need the server upkeep, pay all the salaries and all the licenses and rents. It's not cheap to make these type of games. So obviously, for us to be able to be profitable, grow, expand, becoming better, and have a bright future, we also need to be on the positive side, right? So, if we cut the subs in half, we may remove the whole future expansion and just, slowly getting past. That isn't good and exciting for you, and it's not good for stalwarts. The best obviously would be that we have a healthy growth, good profits, so we can grow and make the game faster, better, larger, and give you what you want even faster. So we all benefit from that circle, right? Game plays well on Steam Deck. I haven't tried it lately. Does it really? There's 100,000 of thousands players rough there if it becomes cross-platform. Obviously, if we expand, then yeah, that will open up new opportunities. So all those doors are open. We just need to hit this baseline to have a solid foundation to make people happy, enjoying the game. And like I said, hopefully we can expand heavily, even more so, when we take that step. And that will obviously make a great impact on the game developments over the coming time. Possible to make Haven a sub-replicate of Milan and PvE only. That will cater to the PvE player base when they're ready. They move to Milan. I'm not sure about that. That changes a lot of our plans and foundation. Will there be a year sub so I don't have to pay every month? Yes. We're looking at most likely making a 1, 3, 6, maybe a year commitment. And those would come with greater discount in every larger step you take. So if you know what you're getting into, then obviously that will be a beneficial, a discounted option. Sub is perfect for this game despite the warped view on it nowadays. I think maybe it has to do with a lot of games now that are sub like to also charge in other jank ways as well. Yeah, I mean, those giants always have insane costs and they need to make up good ideas how to make solid a lot of money. And they are very profitable and huge companies, and they rule the game industry and determine what we ought to play depending on those numbers and what we pay. So hopefully, guys, we can change the future to be more interesting and exciting for us pure gamers, which means we need a game like Mortal Online to grow on the market to show that we are ready for more demanding games like this, like in the good old days, that makes you use your brain and even, you know, develop. Playing a game like Mortal Online with Twitch based, you actually have some positive attributes training your brain. It's positive, it's great. It makes your brain be sharp and quick to play a game like Mortal Online on a frequent basis. You know, you're not just sitting brain dead and running through things. So if we can put this, make it happen, show that it works, we will most likely have more options as well in the future from more developers. I'd pay 40 a month for this game. That is steep. That is steep. But I guess some will or would. I mean. Non-hardcore players want multiple characters. So the thing is, casual players don't have the same time also to commit to multiple styles and characters. You know, if you have a family, kids, work, you may not be able to spend that many hours a day or even a week, and having multiple characters is not a common option for those common audiences. They will be happy with one character, refine it every now and then, change it every now and then, and they will play with their friends and have a blast. And then there will be a little bit more hardcore players that have a lot more time to spend, and they want to go crazy in much more options, right? It's natural. It's all logical. All right, let's see. Henrik makes Sebastian work in a pizzeria for the salaries. No. Sebastian is great, and we're in a good place. We're in a good place, an exciting time. He's working on Star Vault only, no pizzeria. Happy to pay the sub, you said, Henrik. The efforts from your team is well worth it. I'm happy to hear that, but obviously, like I said, the game needs to be worth it. It needs to speak for itself, and obviously the players need to feel that they're getting value enough in return for them to feel that it's worth it, and hopefully it is, because again, I'm obviously also trying to look at this from my own point of view when it comes to, like I said, I'm a hardcore MMO, sandbox MMORPG player. I tried most of it, and I played since I was a kid. Since 96, pretty much, for many years. And if there was something like Mortal Online on the market and for filling those boxes that I want to tick off, I wouldn't hesitate. I would prefer it to be a subscription based and not so-called free-to-play, because I know what free-to-play games means. I try them also. And I get so mad and pissed off when that shit start to annoy my gaming experience. I don't want that. I don't want to be able to also to pay 10 times more. And I know it's a business model that makes me pay more and more to get more and more of that kind of reward and competitive level. I think that is a bad gaming experience. So I would be super happy to see a golden gem type of sandbox game. And I pay the game so I get all access. And I have an active subscription. I know we're all playing on the same terms. And all achievement I do is the fair way of achievement. So obviously I'm also looking at it from a player point of view, not just a business owner and Mortal Line owner. I mean, I tried all those games, you know, the Diablos, what's it called? Not New World, the other game Amazon done also. That was released in Asia first, huge success, and then released in the West a while ago. Lost Ark, exactly. Shit, I lose names frequently. It scares me a little bit. Yeah, Lost Ark, those games, the Diablo Immortal. I mean, I tried them all, right, just to again get a taste and see what's going on and why they're good and popular. But it pisses me off when I hit that paywall, and I see that shit, you need to invest a lot and constantly, and that's the tactics behind those games. They are made with that in mind, because the one that makes the decisions don't care about the game. They just want to maximize profits. And you know, if the game is great, then obviously then they can maximize those profits. So obviously there's good things to see and learn from a lot of those games, but like I said, as a player, it's not good, because you get a wall in your head every now and then. It's fine if you are a whale and you can spend those hundreds of dollars and don't care and really be up on the top and feel like you are on the top. You're the top 10 in the world. That is amazing, right? So I can understand those whales, but most players won't obviously be there, right? Start playing Lost Ark was not bad, but then I got a free chest that turned me into a weird bean character. Holy shit. I was done instantly. Yeah, that's strange. Holy shit. Yeah, that I wouldn't be too happy either with that. Imagine if you turn into a bean character in Mortal Line and you hate it, and we just say sorry. that's how it is. I mean, I guess you can do that if it's free, right? It's free. Lost Ark, where people were running around in flaming armor on three-headed beasts day one. Yeah, like I said, that's what I call the rainbow armor skins and all that, you know. I think a much younger generation may appreciate that a lot more and get the kick out of that and want to get the money from their parents and spend it there. But they also move on very quickly. They don't have the dedicated persistence, right? And so they can become very successful, those games. A big grab of money, huge sales, and then they move on after a while. I don't see too many older generation being fully stuck in commitment to those kind of games. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing, at least from my own experience and friends. We seem to be looking something more worth the time and the investment, because we know in this type of game we can stay here for many years and enjoy it with a large group of friends and players. And we know that it will just grow and be more exciting over the years as well. And just paying a $14 and support that, make it happen, for me is something I would prefer rather than having a lot of crazy stuff, hitting grabs and a new title and paying walls and all that. But again, I may be getting old, I don't know. Mom, I want to have the rainbow skin in my new game. Son, how about the football? No, I want the rainbow skin. That is 2023. That is how it goes. Yeah, some weird skin. It totally ruined the game for me. Yeah, I understand, and I fully agree. Borderlands 2 is the only game I'm playing, lol. It's the only one that hits up the marks. I feel you, and I think we are pretty much on the same category what we're looking for when it comes to sandbox MMO gaming experience. I think that's the common theme here. I hope you get enough to create the game in the image you want. The game in the image? You mean be able to show the secondary weapon on the back or what? Because those are in game with that added. It was one of the features we planned for. If you remember the beta where we had two windows for having gear, just like in Diablo, you can have two sets and you can quickly swap between them. But when we got the hotbar system, we thought that would replace all that, so it was unnecessary. But now we need to make it more smooth, more quality of life. And it cost another draw call in large-scale battles, so the cost will be worse in large-scale battles to show that additional gear. I'm not sure if it's worth it anymore. Games with skins are fine, but they should respect their own realism, the theme and the culture of the game. Then for me, a store with skins is fine. Yeah, I mean, sure you can push it to a extreme level, or you can try to keep it within the game design and aesthetics and settings. Of course, that we always will do. But again, like I said before, I think there's a big difference when it comes to getting the achievement and reward and exploring and getting those items rather than just buy them. Again, I may be caring too much of the gaming experience rather than the more of some of those standards today. But again, I'm thinking of a player point of view. I want to make sure that all the players that play and commit to online and pay the subscription feel that they respect the players and the game nature and all the rewards and everything it contributes with. So that's why we like Mode Online. I want that to be a clear thing rather than, no, we sell out with a lot of crappy rainbow shit every month, new shit, because that's how we want to pump in the money. And slowly the game will, you know, have its old turn, because that is one of the main focus, to pump in the money. And it also steals focus from what really matters for the players. And then we have to make a new game eventually and doing a new round of that. We want to do the best game, and we want to be able to continue doing it for many years. And I want Mortal Online to be running in some kind of form and shape even when I'm not here. That's one of the legacy I would dream of to leave behind, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a challenging project and world when it comes to the gaming industry. We'll see, but we'll make it happen. Yeah, Thievery will have an overhaul. It will change a little bit. We talked about it a few times before. So it will change before it gets enabled in Mortal Online 2 compared to the first game. Of course, earning a skin is totally number one, but for developers, cash flow, I understand it too. It's not cheap to make a game like this. Yeah, sure. But yeah, that it comes down to the thing here. Like if we can continue grow with just a subscription-based models, we don't have to spend time on tons of skins, and you don't have to feel like I need to spend money every now and then to get access to new cool skins or whatever that may be, because you can't make anything. Obviously, we can't allow you to make things if we want you to buy them instead. So we're sacrificing game content and features and professions and trades, which is one big part of the game. So that's why we hope that people will see the value in that and think that it's more value for the players and the game and the future to support it with a subscription-based model rather than microtransactions in any form. And if we can rely on that, we know that we have a bright future for the game also. But obviously that's the big question, right? We need to make sure that it has the value with enough players supporting to commit for that. Just add task quest to the game for new players. This will 100% let new players enjoy the game more than let them learn the game by playing. So I think I guess you missed when I talked about this earlier in the stream. I don't blame you. It's been only almost 5 hours here. But yeah, it's a big focus with Epic Game Release to make sure that new players are handheld better when they leave Haven from Reland, to make sure that they become a player or have plenty of things to do without feeling, what do I do next? That is a big thing for a lot of new players. Yes, and we have it covered. So for sure, there will be work for the different nations, which is the task system we have. That will be expanded for that reason. When it's pretty well when they come out with costume pack and the next day everyone's in their furry suits. But at the same time, there's a lot of hot chicks running around. There's also a raid where one of the mechanics is having to do type 7 letters. It shows on the screen in 4 seconds while there are giant boobs bouncing around to distract you. We're talking about Lost Ark or what? It's the Asian game, right? They have some interesting things over there. Yeah, like I said, in short, the new player experience will be greatly improved for Epic Game Release. That is also why we're quite happy with being on a stable rate now. We don't want it to explode now before the Epic Game Release, when we haven't implemented those new player experience that improve things for sure yet. G-Man, thank you for the subscription. 5 months. Thank you very much. Is Scatite Ogflux in game already? I'm not 100% sure actually. I have to look up those things. PP is the only cool thing on Lost Ark. I felt also so when I jumped in, it's so much stuff going on everywhere, and again it was like separated from all the other players. It all comes down to doing my daily quests and tasks, running around to do those quests, talk to those players back and forth, talk to them, new talk to them, now talk to these, talk to them, back and forth, go back there, fight one thing, back and talk with them. I was, what? Am I getting too old, or why I'm not even remotely entertained anymore? I don't know. I struggled again to get to taste some of the things. But yeah, I guess I needed to spend more time to tap into more of that. When you think we'll get more news on the fish weapons, I can't say for sure. So after the roadmap, we will have the time to again sit down, take a big overview, and then we're gonna also, like I said, tap into the community to see these are the different areas we are working on in the coming period of time, and feel free to participate in voting which of these features you want to see first, and that we will use that along when we plan the upcoming steps. So it's gonna rely heavily, I would say, on the community. What areas, what features in those areas would you like to see first? Because I think it makes sense to let you decide. You're the players, right? So we have a long juicy list, but I want to make sure that we pick the right order of things. Jenkem TV, thank you for the prime. You think the game is noob friendly? Currently, it is. I mean, every noob can go through Haven and learn the basics of that. But when I do leave for Milan, excited, now I'm gonna join the real world where things happens, the real game starts. Depending on what city they pick, and I quite often think when they're alone, they're a little bit lost. Okay, what do I do now? They just move out in a direction and they may run into a wolf or a bear and die, and they lose a little bit of the direction of what to do next. When also because they're so used to most games today, they just do quest non-stop, follow that line and story, get introduced in the game like that. So if you don't have a group of friends that recruits you and, you know, take you on and give you adventures and cool fights and so on, the new players and solo groups and solo players are quite lost at this stage. So this is where we need to add our magic, and that is to introduce them again to the game mechanics in terms of giving them tasks. So in a journal will be heavily expanded. Now you can make work. So the new player that says in the help chat, what do I do now? I'm in Bhakti, wherever. What do I do in this game? They don't have to ask that question anymore because they see in the journal, oh, what's this? Something is prompting me to read this. And wow, okay. Now it introduced me that, okay, you can do some work for this nation. Talk to this guy and pick the area that interests you. Are you interested in combat, fighting, action, or trading, refining, or whatever that may be? You have some interesting work and job to do here and exploration to do. And that is a good way to, again, further introduce them into the game mechanics, start training the character further, making some money, making some clay experience, and have the chance to encounter other players and start exploring the world in a more directed way if they need that hand, that is. I hope that makes sense, just in short what we mean with expanding on the entering Nave as a new player. That quite a few get lost indeed. So I went out, get lost, then I found some other players that guided me way back. Yeah, you can get some very unique, cool experience as a new player as well, depending on what happens and what player you meet and so on. But it can also be you go into a very sparse area with less spawners, creatures, and players, and you may be running for a long time without seeing anything, and you think, what am I missing here? I don't get that action or task or interaction that I was looking for. And that's what we're trying to change, right? So you always have something if you're lost, you don't know what to do. And like I said, we're going to also populate the world a little bit more, especially in those areas that are a little bit more empty currently. So yeah, it is a little uphill battle for most new players, especially if they are new and solo. They don't have a group or player or guild to join. They have the biggest struggle, I would say. A few of them manage through and get really deep into it and hooked to it, but some of them struggle here and kind of lose direction and drop it. And that's obviously a very important thing for us to make sure that chances of getting into the game increases multiple times if we handhold them a little bit more. And like I said, we want to introduce the player interaction in terms of guild recruitment and information, which is one of the most powerful tools. If they find a group, yeah, this is cool, I want to join you guys, what can we do? And more experienced players inform them, educate them, and bring them on and take them on adventure. That is a huge impact for a player iteration. So obviously we want to promote those tools heavily. Alright, guys. I'm hitting 5 hours. It's crazy. I was thinking average stream today time-wise as well, but you guys are killing it with your questions and making time fly. MO2 does not hold your hand. It is a sandbox. Do what you want. Yeah, and that is exactly, with even a little angry tone, is what players tells the new players in help chat when they say, what the hell do I do now? It's true, but obviously it may not be the best way to get that new player. Okay, then I will commit more, right? We need to kind of make the best out of it, right? without ruining the core of Mortal Online. And I think we have a very good way of doing that. Like I said, improving the guild recruitment, introduction, and the expanded task system for the clueless players is the best features we can add to greatly improve new player experience and help them without, you know, completely dumbing down the game. Yeah, map making is planned for sometime also after Epic Game release. That will be a profession. Shinul, all players essentially get the max level horse with minimal skill points investment. Pet focus build, which has invested many hundred skills points, oftentimes cannot have max level horse with their attack pet. Is this intentional? That is a big part of the sensitive balance. Pets can be very powerful and used in certain cases where it's, you know, very powerful in PvE, but also in PvP. Obviously, this is a huge, tough balance factor. As we said, we always want player skills and knowledge that matters the most. And we want pets to be more effective if you use your player skills correctly, rather than just passively say attack and stay behind. And this is a complex thing to balance, get right, because there's multiple options and, you know, counters and situations where this heavily gets affected. So we are going through this as a balance as well to try to refine a lot of the things that are way too weak, underperforming, buff studies too short or too weak. So again, try to find use of them in different ways. You know, we want to make sure that there are some pets that they may die very easily and quickly, but they can do some devastating tactical options on the field in different circumstances. Like I said, we are following up quite a bit on some of these abilities and refining and tweaking, and that will happen for a while, I would say. The old cast. Hey Henrik, hope you are well. I have been looting such a spot for about 5 days now. I think I have looted it about 25 times and I've yet to receive a book. The respawn rate seems to be 1 hour to 2 hours. Certain way to make such a spawn dynamic in placement, since they are heavily compared camped, and does I would consider this drop rate a normal. So I'm not 100% up to date here when it comes to that. We have some developers that are fully responsible of this, and I'm passing the feedback on that, and I think they have most of the feedback already by now, and they're looking into making sure it's in a proper balance and also working as intended. I also recall that there was something involved with the satchel that code-wise didn't support one of the things that we needed to have a better control, and I think that is gonna be updated. So yeah, I can't really comment more than that. That we are following up on it and making sure that it's at least following the intended design first of all, and then if it does, that's when we look into, okay, is drop rate or chances way off, and that's when we can look into tweaking those numbers. And we have people on that, so they will confirm. I can't say for sure because yeah, I'm not fully involved in all areas, as you know, and I can't possibly be that either. I just have a very general overview of a lot of things. So yeah, I hope that works for now until we have additional updates on that. Proper profession when? I don't know. Sometime after Epic Game release. Literally just came out. Yes, that's true. Please have someone check the murder system. Lack of penalties. What I mean, what part of the murder system is not working? Placing murder counts or what? I think we have a problem when it comes to placing murder counts cross nodes, and that is obviously not good. That's true. and we're looking into that. Yeah, sure, the Owlcast. Yeah, I mean, why would we expect to know what's in your game? Why would we expect to know what's in your game? What do you mean, Jastral, you? Yeah, we have some routes finished. I think I showed them already on a stream quite a few time ago, a long time ago. The part is that we want them in the crafting system, and that's the step where they're waiting on now. So they will eventually be in the game. I can't say when. Placing more accounts. Yeah, so that's the cross node issue when that may stop working. And yeah, we plan to handle that. What do you think about the part of the system for new players? I'm not entirely sure. We had that discussion a bit long time ago also in the first game, and new people ask for it. Can I group with friends, and can I expect that similar to many other games? And it seems that the majority of players and we were on the same page that you can group up with the players without having a system behind it. You can just make it happen, but of course we also try to see that if there's some basic big component that greatly help new players or the game to grow in general, then obviously we are always keen on evaluate that, especially this time around when we are hitting a much larger audience. And at the same time, we want to make sure that we protect the core vision of the game, so we don't go way out of border here and starting a new direction, turning a wrong direction for the game that we present it to be. So we're not sure at this point either. We haven't got a lot of requests from new players. We get one every now and then, just like we did in the first game, and the response from a lot of players when they ask in help chat is, no, you don't need one, just team up with your friends and have QnA action off so you don't hit them, and eventually start your guild with your friends if you want to continue, or just play around with them. So yeah, I'm a little bit unsure of the major stance on it currently and what the player base really would like to see here in this case, and if it's really necessary right now in point of time as well. Why would we expect you to know what's in your game? I mean, right, it's a common thing that, of course, when someone meet me in game and they ask me something and I'm not sure, they say, no, it's not you, Henrik, you're just a scam. Some scammer trying to say it's Henrik. But the thing is, if you imagine 16 years of development of this large project, first of all, I'm working a lot of the in-game design and text and out of the game, and then inside of the game and everywhere, and with every team members left, right, up, down, in 16 years, and non-stop, no sleep, no vacation. It would be inhuman, I think, for me to know and remember everything. And it's not possible. So, yeah, there may be parts of the game that I partially forgot about or don't keep fully track of, or I have to simply refresh my memory, dig into those documents or look into the sheets. And that's surprising for a lot of players. That, what, you Henrik? No, it's not you, Henrik. Of course you know the game, or because you made it. But it's not that simple, I can't keep track of everything. That's just simply how it is. If Wolfpack coming back, did Coda lose the war? Everyone is coming back, including Wolfpack, at least some of them. Because when TC hits and the conflict goes high and you can do all these things that all of those players were coming for the game in the first place, and there's nothing else, then of course we will all be here, right? That's a common thing. So we will all be here. It will be very exciting on TC Day, because yeah, there will be no keep safe. So what the hell is gonna happen is up to the players. So we will see when and who. I already saw some old golden gem coming back with the acts madness, which was cool to see. So there's no doubt that all of them and some more is coming back with TC, because seeing so many of them already popping in a little bit to take a look on what the hell is going on and they were so impressed by the progression and the large scale battle that they got excited for TC being so close around the corner here. So I have no doubt that there will be a lot of old guilds groups players becoming more active and also returning, and some even starting playing for the first time that are waiting on that patch. Please don't add parties where you can just stare at the party health bars instead of paying attention on what's going on. Also, you're going to have Scandalous armor soon, like the cultist armor in Model 1, and I think it should be players not be allowed to leave Haven by themselves. Make it require 2 people to simultaneously activate the statue in order to leave. Force them to be social and find a body. Yeah, a lot of people, like I said, it's not really think that we should have a party system, because it's not that type of game. Player interaction and awareness and skills works. You can make a group, you know who you are, and without actually having the automated system. So if there's not a lot of value in it and everyone really see a benefit and it helps everyone, then obviously we don't want to spend too much time on that right now. But yeah, there will be a lot of armors, including some of those a little bit redesigned from the first game. Yes, we have a set of clothes coming in next, and then we have a lot of additional armor types, from light, medium, heavy to additional more clothes. Wait, you're human? I don't like the way this conversation is going, sir. Just really, I'm sorry. There are currently a lot of different ingredients in the game, but they all give almost the same results. When are you going to work on the variety of recipes, and do they give any particular buffs? Are you talking about food making, cooking? If so, yeah, we plan to do a little session on food effectiveness to make sure we promote the complexity more than the common recipes. So if that's the case, then yeah, we will revisit that session when it comes to that. Like, I just wrote 10-page paper for college. I don't remember 90% of what I wrote about what was 2 days ago. Yeah, it's obviously not that easy to keep it all in the brain, right? And it's impossible, because there's always so many areas. Some things excite you, some doesn't, and usually something that excites you sticks in the brain, right? There's so much just, I need to work through all this, and it's so much that it's impossible to keep it all in the head. And I think it goes for most people. Woodward's Moo says, Wolfpack, wow, a certain leader in that guild is highly critical of Star Wars. I know, but he will be back, don't worry. I know that he was pissed and thrown a lot of valid and some, I think, personally invalid stuff on my table, because I thought I was very clear on what I heard he was highly critical of, but apparently I wasn't clear enough. But I also think that if you just look at the facts, I'm 100% sure that he would agree, because no sane person that cares about a sandbox game like this, including him, is that, look, we could have released TC directly after Steam release, that we said this is the plan, this is what we want to do. If everything goes as planned, we will have TC very shortly after Steam release. We could have done that, but what that would mean is we wouldn't have fixed the queue system, we wouldn't have fixed any network issues, we wouldn't have fixed any of those incredible major struggles during the Steam release, because we would have to be busy working on only TC and implement that. And how stupid would that be to implement TC in that situation when we identified some huge issues in the network system that we couldn't identify when we did the stress test sessions. We fixed everything we found and identified during the stress tests, and we're as ready as we could. And I tried to be as clear as possible explaining this, that So yeah, sure, we could have been doing that stupid plan and not adapt to a better, improved plan and say, sure, because you're gonna hate me if I don't release TC as I said the plan is. We could release it there, but who would be able to enjoy it? No one, because people were in queue, the network was dying, and now you will have lost your keep, and you couldn't have even logged in, and you couldn't even fight because the network was dying. And everyone, including him and his guild, would rage so much, saying, what the hell did you do? Why the hell did you release TC when you knew the TC didn't working? Do you think that would be a better option than say, okay, you know, we have identified issues, this is bad, we need to work day and night now to fix these core issues, fix the network, fix the queues, and then when we know everything's working, now we finally can deliver what we all have been wanting and need. And that is TC with a perfect functioning CG mechanics and allow for a big battle to happen, just like Act did last week, and have them enjoy and love the battle and scream and have amazing streams with thousands of people watching because you've never seen it before. And it's just like a huge scale Mordhau fight that never ends in a freaking unique MMO. Wouldn't that be a better plan? And if he doesn't say, yeah, it sounds like a better plan, then yeah, we will never agree on something. But I know in my heart that, yeah, of course he would agree on that, because he wouldn't. I mean, you only need 5 EQ to understand that that is our only option. It sucks we have to delay this cool feature that we promoted to be very close and everyone waiting for. That sucks. And of course, I take that hit that, yeah, we need to delay. You can throw as much as crap as you want on me. I understand that and I accept that crap, but I had to take responsibility. If we force release TC in that situation, it will be over. Game over. Because all those thousands of players in all guilds, including Wolfpack, they wouldn't have played anymore. If they see that, okay, we lost everything, that's crap, that's shit, network doesn't work, why bother? Then it will be game over for all of us, right? And it will be a tough future to recover from. Today, we're getting that baseline in place. We're fixing the queues, we're fixing the large-scale battles, we deliver a solid TC. Now everyone can come back, enjoy that, and have a much improved experience. Isn't that better? I think he agrees. And yeah, I accept the crap for having to delay and not being able to follow the plan that I share with the community. That yes, the plan is to release TC shortly after the release, if everything goes as planned. But the thing was, it didn't go as planned, and therefore we had to adapt and change the whole plan. And it sucks. We had to spend a lot of time to fix this. And at the same time as the hard work had been happening in the background on the network, you know, we're working on a lot of important things that will improve the whole game in many different areas. So I think that if, you know, I think everyone agrees on this, because there's no other option for us. I wish I had a magical wand that could have fixed the network situation, so we could have stick with TC directly. And I think that explanation was clear enough and, you know, understandable and acceptable, including for that group. But if it's not, then you know, there's nothing more I can say or do, right? Because I know we need to do this to protect the game. I mean, just a few months ago, when we hadn't solved the large scale battles, do you remember when it became like, you know, a large scale and everyone started to warp and you couldn't see fightings or anything? Imagine that happen on a TC. Now we're gonna fight. Oh, it's so cool. And then you stand there, you see a guy warp left and right, you don't see you fighting, and then 2 seconds left, now you're dead. And then 2 hours left, now you lost your keep. Would you be happy with that? You know, and I'm cool with that. You know, I'm fine with getting crap thrown at me, because, you know, if people think I'm lying when I say that TC were supposed to be near after the Steam release, I can take that. I can take that crap throwing. I want to explain why our plan changes, and then it's up to the players to either, you know, understand, accept it, or refuse and still think I'm lying. But like I said, I can take that, and I'm welcoming everyone back, including those that throw shit at me. I'm fine with that. I hold no grudge. as long as they follow the rules in our gaming community, right? And are not, you know, stepping over the boundaries, just being like a kid. And I think he's a man enough to, you know, come back and try the game and give TC a real shot with his squad, because it was fun, you know. We all had fun, including him and his team, and it was fun moments watching him stream with his friends as well. And you know, we all have the ups and downs in these types of games where there's a lot of stake. Loss and victory is part of the game, and sometimes we can be sore losers and have a tough day, and obviously we all feel that pain in a game like this, but it's also part of the uniqueness of the game, which we kind of love and like, right? So anyone that are the slightest serious about the sandbox MMORPG with amazing freedom, all of them will be back. And you know, it would be odd if not, because this is one of those games that you don't just simply find very frequently on the market that offer these type of game experience that we all seem to enjoy when it comes to finding Mortal Online. Hope it makes sense. Some people just rage, just scrape them off. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't take it personally. Like I said, I can handle a lot of crap throwing. All I'm keen on is stating the facts and explanation of why sometimes plans have to change for the better of the game. And you know, that's all. And then I understand also that everyone won't agree with that and think I could have done differently, or we in the team I could have done things differently. And sure, we can always be clever with face it, you know, having the recipe afterwards in hand. But we did everything we could with the data we had, with the amount of players we had doing the stress test and so on. So but yeah, like I said, there's always room for improvement and learn from mistakes and so on. And that's what's important. Like I said, we're here for the marathon, the long run, many years to come. And I won't give up until Mortal Online has the throne. Did I miss it? Did you talk about the act versus coalition drama and how you feel about it? No, I didn't talk much about it. I did comment that I watched a lot of that, and it was exciting to see all the passion and energy. And again, it gave us additional data, which was good. And it also reminded Sebastian, a little unfortunate, that we forgot about updating the queue system to kick in based on the new values on the optimization. So we had a queue starting much earlier than it should. That was, I guess, the only main thing that was a little bit annoying. Other than that, server was holding up very nicely. Handled a large-scale battle. FPS loss expected at that point. But overall, very, very entertaining. I couldn't stop watching the whole incident, and it was a cool... I crashed. I fell asleep when the act left towards Meduli, and again clashed into some Kodo and had a lot of big fights. But what happened after? Did Kodo rebuild the gates and are under control again, or do we have an update on that? I think there are a level of fairness and unfairness from all parties involved. In the end, we want to see things work well as and release. For sure, for sure. Remember, folks, when a company is publicly traded, people on the short side with higher skills or paid bashers to drive public sentiment and drive the company's value down. If you enjoy a company's product, it is imperative that you get out there and spread good sentiments about the game. To combat this, great companies are being forced towards bankruptcy every day by bad actors. When you see people like Pool killed on Reddit, question motive, formulate your own opinion and voice on it. Yeah, I mean, every single game also have trolls and haters that are just extremely committed to just write crap and stories and lies every day to just sabotage. There's including, it's so sad that also there are paid trolls and actors to do this on full time, which is even more sad, obviously. I mean, that companies actually go to that length to pay people to talk down other games and talk up some games is very unfortunate and sad. And again, if you have the resources, you can control a lot of this. Being independent, trying to offer something unique and make something the game industry of options better for you, the players. Obviously, need all the support we can, right? And obviously, we can't spend the time to fight a troll on those Reddit forums or whatever. It's just sad, right? If this is not the game, then find another game. But you know, there will be persistent trolls, just like any other game and project out there. What's important is that the game speaks for itself, and if you enjoy the game, then that will be a wave on itself. So just like you said, yeah, you have a big influence of, if you like this game and you like the direction we're heading, you have a huge impact on spreading awareness. And if you have the energy to vote up the game, write about the game, and you know, show that, well, there's not only these 5 trolls talking shit every day, making it looks like there are hundreds. Your voice can make a huge change, and it will piss them off and feel, shit, someone is liking Mortal 9. I need to write one more trash comment. Sadly, it's the nature on some of those forums, and I learned that it never ends. So you know, I don't bother wasting my energy in reading their troll posts. It's just energy draining. So I focus on the game and our community, and I listen to our community that is more valid feedback that actually play the game. There are some trolls that haven't played Mortal 9 2 at all. They just played the first game and they still trash talk Mortal 9 2 based on imagination. It's crazy. But yeah, sadly that is happening to most games out there. Which company hates Star Wars? Lol. You will be surprised when it comes to some competition in the world. I'm not saying, you know, that there are some specific companies trying to sabotage, but it's sad that there are people higher on both of the spectrums. I don't know. I don't agree with that tactic. It's strange, but I mean, like I say, there are a lot of room for many more MMOs out there. I wish everyone good luck, just like I did with Darkfall. When we were close release competitors, we were quite, you know, in a more similar situation. We from Star Wars always, you know, told them good luck. We hope for the best. There's room for all of us because our game is very different from yours, so we don't see yours as a direct competitive game, you know, stealing from us. But oddly, they banned every discussion about Mortal 9 on their forums, and I found that a little bit strange, that tactics. People found out, obviously, that they were censored on the forums. No one could speak positively about Mortal 9. Obviously, this is many years ago. I think they have changed ownership and so on. So I'm talking about the old. So on our forums, we said, awesome game, good luck, hope for the best. And on their forums, bam, banned. Well, yeah, like I said, many years ago. I think there's plenty of room for more sandbox games because there's nothing, like I said, nothing interests me today, not even the closest. The ones that are getting hyped now on YouTube, Asmongold and the Giants are talking about them. Those games are already gone for me on my excitement list because I already see the pattern where they're heading. They want to tap into the WoW audience. Not the type of game that I'm looking for, at least. Remind people to make a review. I mean, that's up to you, right? If you want to make a review on Steam based on the game, we do evaluate and appreciate it because we also read the feedback, obviously, from new players also. If we see valid feedback reviews, we read them and see if this is something that we can actually work with. And then, of course, there are some of those, I got ganked, or there's corrupt GMs that are helping enemies and cheating and banning me for no reason. There's not much we can do there because we already know our GM or external staff hired, they have no player conflicts. Obviously, they don't ban anyone for no reason. And there's no, again, there's no use. There wouldn't be any benefit or change. We wouldn't be able to convince them, explaining that that's not really true. And when we look in it, you broke 4 rules. That's why you got banned. That doesn't even help to write that as a comment as a developer, because he would just get more upset and he would write more crap, and it just looks negatively, right? How would a player receive that? What is this war going on between the devs and an upset banned player? So again, we can't really spend our energy and focus on doing something like that. We just need to make sure we deliver the best game we possibly can, and that we are as professional as we can, and support the players, and then the rest will speak for itself, right? Darkfall did much better than Modern 1 early on. However, Darkfall dismantled itself over time. Everyone migrated over from Darkfall. Yeah, they had a good run, but like we always been very persistent in following the red line. We don't want to sacrifice the core rules and upset the player base. We try to be consistent, but yeah, we have tons of struggles and challenges back then as well. And network solution was, you know, 1/10,000th of what it is today. So yeah, it was a huge challenge, and it was much more hardcore and niche in all different ways, from good to bad ways when it comes to feedback and logic. So yeah, we'll learn a lot and improve all of those things from Modern 2, and we can see that response differences from the player base quite greatly. But yeah, I mean, I was interested in Darkfall because they were closer to that type of game I'm interested in. But again, what I didn't like with it was the IP, the visuals, the design. Again, quite cartoonish, and I didn't like the races at all. They looked not really my cup of tea, especially when we went more the realism and more raw, gritty style. And you were the one character style in everything, shooting those magic arrows, spamming fest, and then melee on top of that. That was the meta. You were one thing in everything. I couldn't really get past that. I tried a little bit. There were some interesting components, but yeah, the graphics didn't work at all for me. Even though, again, the graphic doesn't make the game, right? But again, I'm too picky, I guess. There's so many bugs I need to tick to fully enjoy it and be able to commit. And there hasn't been anything on the market since the good old days. These game graphics are great. Yeah, we had the throne since we released the beta as the most beautiful MMO game currently, and we wish to push that further with Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, our characters, we spend a lot of time in trying to make them last for, you know, quite a few years, because yeah, every year, you know, you slowly get behind. Darkfall is much more arcadey. So Mortal and Darkfall is similar in some aspects, but generally very different, I'd say. Yeah, I agree. It felt more arcadey. You spam those arrows, and they had the range arc swings, like, you know, World of Warcraft and those other MMOs. We have the real trace swings on body parts, so much more detailed and more skills in that way, rather than, yeah, the spam, the arc, and the range. So yeah, very different for sure. I agree. So performance improved a lot for sure, but it will always be a thing that needs more and more. That is true. So, like I said, we're gonna try to push it to a very impressive number when we say this is enough for Milan. The only way we're gonna get past that number playing simultaneously on Nave is by using another continent and so forth. And we're working heavily towards that number and goal, and hopefully we'll be able to reach it and be able to communicate it also and confirm things. not enough people to playing to put the servers to the test. Once you get 2K players again, it's gonna crash and burn. No, like I said, this is what we're working on and have been working for several months. We have gone milestones ahead. Much better performance and capacity this time around. So we are growing. Every patch we have been pushing those numbers greatly, and we have another big important update on the general Nave capacity in one of these most likely next patch is the plan to deploy as well. QnA is the only game where sometimes you have to just stop and turn off the UI and take a screenshot because of how awesome it looks. Yeah, there's some really beautiful moments with the right time of day and lights for sure. And I just love the characters up close. They have such a nice detail level, I think. They have some nice realism to them as well. It's even awesome to take a close look at, what's his name? Sick Eye. Pink Eye. That is a beautiful Thursar face. Any 8.0 epic release and new 5 like? No, it's we're not talking that far away of 2024, that's for sure. But we decided not to don't have a date specifically. We're getting closer and closer every week. We have some goodies to show soon as well. I was watching the TC structures today in Unreal 5 with the new Lumen system, and I had to pause and say, holy shit, this looks so beautiful. The Lumen lighting is spectacular. It does come at a cost, like I said before, so we're looking to have it as an option so old tech can still play the game and new tech can really push those boundaries. So yeah, slowly but steady moving forward with both TC, Unreal 5 and the whole progression towards the Epic Game release. Understand that when we get to Epic, we will pay the subs, and that's fine, but pay $14.99 for one character. It's $14.25, but yeah, regional base cost. I don't think that will work and the game will die. If you open up for 2 characters, pre-account would work better. Like I said, we will heavily evaluate the Diva system after Epic Game release. We need to take one step at a time and be very careful now to do things right with control and stability, and make sure that things goes well. Henrik, RTX on or off? Should I buy a 4080? If you wanna be able to utilize lumens, the 40 generation is the way to go. It's very much effective using that kind of tech on the latest generation. So 4080 is a good card, no doubt, no doubt. My 2022 comment in the Steam screenshot, the best looking MMORPG. That is awesome. Fix that handsome posture. Yeah, I'm sitting my foot up on the table right now, stretching a little bit, so that's why I look like I'm way off. My AMD RX 6650 XT is more than sufficient. Yeah, like I said, we want to make sure that you don't have to upgrade it to an insane monster to enjoy Mortal Kombat 2 when we swap over to Unreal 5. So we will have 2 options here. Like I said, using the old system and utilizing lumens. That is a plan currently, and it looks to be something we will be able to deliver, which is much more safe for all players, so you don't feel forced to upgrade to a later generation computer. So So we're optimizing several parts of the game, so we should be able to see an overall improved performance. And then optional, depending on also how far we can get in the optimization on utilizing lumens, etc. And of course, depending on your hardware, you can enable those eye-candy crazy next-gen visual features. 3080 doesn't have the new tech, I think. I mean, it's also the efficiency, how the new generation can handle like ray tracing calculations much more efficient. So they take leap forwards in raw performance in the different calculation parts on the graphic card, which means stuff like ray trace lumens that have a higher demand on GPU calculations obviously take a leaps forward with the latest generation from 30 to 40. So yeah. But yeah, it seems like the AMD equivalent cards is pretty good in performance as well. But a little bit behind in ray tracing and such, if I'm not mistaken, to the latest stuff I've looked at. I mean, 3080 is still a solid card, right? It's not that old, so, and you can utilize DLSS heavily, so you can pretty much max your resolution, play in 4K, and have that luxury, which makes the game look naturally more sharp as well, and don't have to wreck the performance because you can utilize the DLSS functions on a 3080 card. So still a solid card for sure that you should be able to fully enjoy more the line. I'm not entirely sure exact cost when it comes to lumens enabling the main world everywhere in those different cards. We are still heavily optimizing a lot of the core parts that give us more room for lumens calculation. My 66 XT has any problems? Has any problems? Not or yes? One more question I had. Will you add a new trailer for Epic release? With the weather system in place, it could be a big sell. Looks great. Also add new feature in it. Yeah, so one of our most effective marketing things to, again, make awareness, make the ball rolling a little bit, is obviously making a cool trailer. So we're planning to do a little showcase for TC to let everyone knows it's time to siege for those that want to. And of course, the big one, Epic Game release, we're planning to have a little showcase there as well to spread, to showing the new world in lumens and some of the upgrades, improvements, and showcase some of those additional parts that comes with Epic Game release to show the world it's time to kick ass, it's time to join. I'm going from a 2070 Super to a 4080 soon. That's a good improvement. I hope you also don't have a too old CPU, because like I said, the biggest bottleneck we have currently is the CPU main thread. So even though you see like 40 or a not maxed overall CPU load, that doesn't mean that you don't maximize your CPU. You actually need to, you have a main thread for the game that is absolutely hitting the cap for everyone. So I would say that the biggest demand currently is the CPU. So if you have a very old CPU and you just upgrade your graphic card from an old card to a 40 generation, you won't utilize the graphic card a lot in many cases. I mean, sure, you can make sure that you maximize resolution, but there's still a cap on the CPU main thread. So make sure that you don't have a very old CPU and go heavy with the GPU, because you won't be able to utilize it in Model Line, at least heavily. Again, we try to optimize the CPU as much as we can, but there's quite a lot of heavy calculations that, you know, puts that as the bottleneck still in many cases. I have a 9900 KS and 5K ERS should be good. Yeah, it's getting quite old now. I had that CPU. I actually got that CPU when it was new a few years ago, and then my 5950 AMD, that was my newer one, crashed on me. The motherboard died, so I had to go back to my 9900, which I'm right now. And even though it has a high frequency, like 5 gigahertz, you can't just translate that to a newer generation that even has 4.9 gigahertz. Every leap of generation do a lot of performance in terms of the raw capacity. And it's the single thread you heavily utilize in a game today, not multi-threaded as heavily. So every generation take a leap forward, even though the gigahertz is the same, the megahertz on the frequency on the CPU. So that's a little bit misleading. It's still a decent CPU, the 9900, but it is, what is it, 10, 12, 13, 3 generation olds, 3 or 4 generations old. So if you look at the single core score in benches for the different generation, you will see a leap in every generation up, even though it's the same frequency. So yeah, the 13900 is the king currently for games. A tiny bit over in general than the AMD's new 7000 something. But yeah, we have a little bit too big bottleneck on the CPU currently that I hope that we can improve a little bit additionally, so we can get more juice from the graphic card. Ryzen 4790, yeah, getting a little bit behind there. Yeah, I mean, it still works, right? That's why we don't want to force everyone to utilize lumens and really hit the performance if you have older generation cards. So that's why I think it's a very good thing to have those optionals. Website recommends i7 6000 is still good. We haven't updated the recommendation for a long time, but yeah, it works for sure. Like I said, the baseline of performance in Model 9 is decent today. It quite heavily depends on where you are in the world and what city you visit. There are some underperforming performance in some cities for sure that we absolutely need to optimize. But still, we have quite good optimization. Even if you put like 30 people on the screen on a half decent computer, you don't see a huge dip on the performance. So the baseline, we're quite happy with the performance. But like I said, certain areas needs optimization, and we have one more important step on the characters that we know gonna make quite a difference on large scale battles. But yeah, single core high frequency is quite a big demand, especially on the main thread. That is absolutely one of the main bottleneck in most places in Mortal 9. Q5 is going to help you a lot with stability, pretty sure. It has a lot of good improvements, a lot of good stuff, and it also have a lot of things that are in beta mode that is a little bit scary when it's on a released commercial stable build, but we see in the codes a lot of the system are beta still that we would like to fully utilize. And if they are in beta, we can't fully rely on that, which is a little bit scary. So we need to take the safe road, obviously, to make sure that we know what we can control in terms of optimizing the base cost in the world. And then, again, utilize as much as we can as good options. And hopefully 5.2 will be released soon. And hopefully some of those will push those beta status forward a little bit to more commercial, stable builds. I mean, in general, the engine is stable enough, right, to run things, but when it comes to utilizing all of the different functions, that's a little bit different. Yeah, shit. I'm getting stuck again here. Well, I invited my friend to play more than 2. He quit because NPCs hit from far distances. I tested it with bears and it looks like bear can attack me while I can't hit it with great sword. Please be fixed in the future. I don't know specifically if there's a, you know, specific case here that is not the normal case, but we talked about this a little bit before, that when something is moving, there's always the distance movement AI delay that makes mobs look like they hit on some distance where it looks like they would miss. When you play it a while, you will learn the normal range of all this. This is also why you can see in most MMOs when something hits, what happens in the game then. There's a big difference in our game and their games. And what I mean here is that if you imagine any game when a monster swings at you, you will see a huge effect like a fire and ash and gold just flying against you. Guess why that is there? There you go. So a common thing in all MMOs is that there's always a accuracy issue when it comes to distance and hits, because you don't have the real hitbox detection in the same way from AI to players and across the world in a large scale MMO. So they disguise this with arc and range and a lot of effects, so it looks like, it probably hits me, and that's it. But we don't like the rainbow effects and firecrackers from bears fighting, so we don't have that disguisement, which makes it more apparent that maybe it's out of reach. But it's something that you adapt to very quickly and, you know, get no problems with eventually. So yeah, it is one of those first experience that you need to figure those things out. And there are some room for improvement that we have talked about that we want to try to do, but no firecrackers. I5 9600K. I mean, I'm sure there's all kind of RV users here that can give their feedback on what they're having as experience, FPS performance. Like I said, we're in a decent spot, I would say, overall performance. Depends on where you are in the world and obviously how many creatures and players have on the screen. And like I said, we plan to optimize quite a few of these areas to just simply improve it. I had a 9927 Super. What should I upgrade? Is CPU, right? Yeah, I had a 9900 with a 2070 first, and then I upgraded that to a 3090, I think. And what surprised me is what in most cases I didn't see a major upgrade in the frames, and that was because I was bottlenecked. I had a 5950 or 50, what the fuck is it? AMD's last generation, the big one. I had that and compared with the 9900, and again, the 9900 had also quite heavily overclocked, so it was quite close in single core performance as my AMD multi-threaded CPU. So it wasn't a big difference there either, actually. A little bit more juice on the CPU, so I could utilize the graphic card a little bit more as well. But yeah, quite heavily depending on where you are, I would say, when it comes to the CPU bottleneck. So we need to improve it for sure, so you can crank a little bit more juice out of your graphic card. All right, let's see. So yeah, it's getting late, guys, and I'm almost hitting 6 hours again, which I absolutely didn't plan to do today. I played Star Citizen. I wonder because your game have kind of same problems. I haven't had game sessions in that game because it's not an MMO yet, so it's, you know, you can buy some really cool ships for a lot of money, right? And you can jump in and out of those ships, and you can fly around, and you can do that with some friends. But it's not MMORPG yet, so I'm not sure what you would do other than those small group skirmishes or exploration and testing some of the mechanics. So I'm not sure exactly what to compare there. Maybe it becomes a MMORPG in the future. Obviously, it should, because they have one of the greatest funding ever when it comes to crowdfunding, which have been extremely impressive. But yeah, it's gonna be a big question still what kind of large-scale MMO it will become. All right, guys, I think that's it for me. Good talk. Thanks for taking time to ask questions. Our questions. Have a good night. So yeah, let's end this stream before it gets way too late for me here. Yeah, sorry guys if it came a little slow here in the end and looping some of the questions, but yeah, time flies. I find it difficult to stick on the 3-hour mark, which is quite insane. So I will be doing a raid here, and you guys will have to help me do a raid. Let me do a little poll here, the usual poll. Let's see what we got here. Shit, my eyes. All right, cast your votes, and we do a raid. Thanks for best game ever. You're welcome. Thank you for stream. Absolutely. Thank you for the stream, Henrik. Have a good week. Thank you very much, Anuxa. King Destroyer, King Destroyer. Yeah, cast your votes, and I will. What the hell? Didn't the vote start? What is going on here? Did it go too far? No, yeah, it's ongoing. Yeah, so cast your vote, and we will make it happen. Yeah, vote started. My Windows acting up a little strangely. I think it's time for a reboot soon. Those hundreds of tabs eat memory. Nice to see low viewer people get love. For sure, for sure. It's awesome that we have a decent flow of streamers, quite frequently doing so as well. So give them some love and support. We all benefit from awareness and having a good fun moment together. I need another gigabyte of RAM. That's true. That's true. That's why I'm going for 64 gigabytes. I'm consuming way too much, so I don't have any additional to almost stream and play. Those tabs eats a lot also, and starting Unreal Engine and the big maps also eats quite a lot. Good night, Henrik. Thanks a lot for making us update and share and care of your community. Don't forget to take a look on For Honor and Battle Style there. Yeah, it's interesting. I've tried it and I watched when it was a new game. It looks cool, nice, but yeah, a little bit more arcadey, not arcadey, but yeah, it relies obviously on the multiplayer network that makes it tight and nice. But yeah, the stances is something we discussed in the past that we can support now. We just simply have to find the time and, you know, proper moment to make those kind of things going into the game. I'm good with 32 gigs. I used to be good with 32 as well until I have so much crap going on in the background and the engines and all. Then I need 64. But yeah, if we don't do all that crap, then most are enough with 32. Take care, dude. Thanks again for these streams. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. So the stream, the raid, where is it? Where is it? Let's see. Show results. So King Destroyer it is then. All right. Let's do this, guys. Upgrade to DDR8. You mean DDR5, right? All right, let's do the raid to King Destroyer. Let's see. Oops, sorry. Quite new, right? I haven't seen him too. I guess he streamed a little bit out of my time zone. All right, let's make it happen. Raid. King Destroyer. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much for all your support, your questions, donations, and all of that. I really appreciate it. Star team couldn't have done it without you, obviously. The amazing community we have. I'm very proud of you guys to be doing your things. So yeah, getting close to some very juicy 3 important milestone patches, I would say. They all bring great important values in preparation for the big one with Epic Games. Right, thank you so much again for tuning in. That is why we would keep doing these streams. Have a good night, and let's do the raid here on King Destroyer. So yeah, give him your support, follow, and teach him the ropes, you know, the traditional stuff. Right, did my raid button just right? Did it work? Sometime my stream raid is fumbling. Did it work? No, I need to update the window again. It's something where it says I'm already raiding. See, this is what happens when you run out of memory. Yeah, the countdown happening and then it just disappeared. I need to close a few windows, I think. This is exactly what starts to happen when I am running out of memory. Wait, let me retry. I'm just refreshing the window. It usually works then. One moment. All right, let's see. So, raid. Let's try it one more time here. King Destroyer. All right, let's try. No, what the hell is happening? Okay, now I can click right now. Okay, and it disappeared. What the F is happening? The button disappeared. That says raid now. What is happening, guys? It's always worked when I refresh the page, but now it's way... Okay, now maybe. Let's see, it's counting down. Sorry guys, this is strange. Let's see if this one works. I'm clicking now. 2 seconds. Okay, let's go. Raid. Did it work? Did it work? Now it worked. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.